Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our live stream on this Giving Tuesday now. And we have a fun show set up for today, and it's exciting to be here. So, Jonah, tell us kind of what's going on today. Like, what is this for?
Yeah. So, if you guys haven't heard, today, May 5th, has been designated Giving Tuesday now as a way to just respond to the pandemic globally. And so those of you that are familiar with Giving Tuesday, the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, is kind of a big push to give to your favorite charities, to do acts of kindness and do good, basically, in the world. And so this year, as a result of the pandemic and the times that we find ourselves in, they've put together a day of giving called Giving Tuesday Now. And so any post or anything that you've got going on, use the hashtag Giving Tuesday Now in all your posts and even in sharing like this link and those kind of things. But we thought we would use this day to help raise awareness about what's going on here, but also through Feed the Need Missions, but also talking about some of the interactions that we've had over the last couple months now as a result of COVID. So we wanted to just talk a little bit about COVID-19. Our response to that is Feed the Need Missions, and what we see God doing through that, and then also just kind of spend some time talking with some of the local business owners and some of our lead volunteers and some other folks as well during this time. But we also have a special deal. This is 10 years of ministry for us.
And it's gone fast.
Which is crazy to think about, so 10 years of doing Feed the Need Missions, of giving away free burgers every week. That's a long time, and that's something big to celebrate. So we're going to be celebrating that this year, the year 2020, and August is actually our 10-year anniversary mark. And so as a way to celebrate these 10 years, we've asked a couple of our donors to provide matching gifts of $10,000. And so we set a goal to raise $10,000 today. And every dollar that we raise is going to be matched today. And so you can help us meet that goal so that we can continue to meet the need of the community, not just physically, but also spiritually. And so that's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be live here for a couple of hours is the plan. So we've got a great program for everyone, and we're looking forward to the time together, and I think it'll just be great. So in the meantime, if you can comment and interact with us some, we'd love to see you post and let us know where you're watching from. Maybe let us know of stories of something that you've done, or a way that you've given to somebody, or a word of encouragement that you've shared with somebody. What do you see God doing? So hit the like button, share this live feed with your friends and family, let people know. During this time, there's going to be a couple of different ways you can give. You can give by going to our website, feedtheneed.org. And if you specifically go to feedtheneed.org/givingtuesday, there's a landing page there where you can give. But you can also do text to give. And so if you text relief to 44321, you'll get prompted with a code or a link to be able to give. And you can also track the progress. And we'll be having the progress up on and off during this time, so you can help us. And we're already a couple $1,000s in so far to our goal. So we're making progress quickly, which is great. And so we're getting there. But we'd love for you guys to help us meet this goal. You can also call. So that's another way you can call our phone number, and we've got some of our team available to answer those calls, so you can pledge by calling in. So if you call 888-511-7173, that's another way that you can give. And so you can make a pledge and then mail a check, or just let us know that you're going to be making a gift towards that $10,000 goal, and that would be just phenomenal. But before we get, I guess, so let's go on to the next topic, I guess. What's the plan here? we threw this together rapidly, so events are unfolding quickly. But where are we at today? What's the agenda, if you will?
So the agenda today is to kind of talk through what Feed the Need Missions has been doing in the community for the past 10 years. Again, pretty celebratory. Yeah. There's a lot, and there's a lot of content, and so it was fun to go back through it. as well as talking about what the current landscape is with COVID-19. Obviously, businesses across the world have had to adjust what their business plan is and their strategic plan, and that's the same for us. And so how have we adjusted? What does that look like? And it was funny, you had mentioned we had, $10,000 in matching donors. And so when I was on the phone with one of them, and they're all going to remain anonymous, but he's a pastor, and so I had talked with him. It was like 2 p.m., I think, one day, and he was like, here's my gift, and obviously if you need help to reach that 10,000, just let us know. We'll fill the gap. And all the donors that we talked to for this $10,000, they all said that. But anyway, it was within 2 hours that we had these matching gifts of the $10,000. And so that was amazing in and of itself. And so I was texting every single one of them back, like that their original amount that they said was plenty. They don't need to help fill a gap anywhere. And the pastor responded to me. He's like, man, you make me feel lazy. You got my donation, and I took a nap, and you raised $10,000 during my nap. So I thought it's pretty fun to be a part of an organization where people enjoy giving to us and get to share in what we do.
That really is amazing. And that's not a testimony of Feed the Need or us. Right. That's God.
Yeah.
That is all God moving through Feed the Need. And it is just amazing and humbling. We talk about how humbling it is all the time to be a part of this ministry. We get to be a part of it, and that's a privilege and an honor. God doesn't need us to do anything. He can do his will. He can make things happen on his own, but he wants to use us, and we've made ourselves available, and using something as simple as a burger as a tool to share a meal with somebody, developing relationships and pointing them to Christ. And God's blessing it and using it. It's just truly amazing to be a part of. And so thank you guys for all the support over the years, for your gifts. We truly could not do this without your support and your response to God's calling on your life. And so thank you for your obedience. Thank you for listening and just doing his will. And that's our prayer, that we would all continue to do that and continue to be obedient and spreading his message to a world that needs to know him personally. And so as we continue this program, again, you can text to give, text relief to 44321, and it'll prompt you with a way to give, and you can track where we're at in our donations during this couple-hour window. So keep that in mind. We'll keep posting that and keep sharing our progress there. But let's talk for a minute about COVID-19 specifically and our response. We've obviously got our sites that where we serve every week. So let's talk about that. And then also some of the additional kind of relief efforts that we're doing as a result of COVID specifically.
Okay. So first, our normal program that you guys see a lot of is our sites. And so we currently have 8 sites across different communities in Texas. And so, when this whole thing happened, the first thing we had to do is, with our board, was come up with a risk assessment, which I feel like happened overnight, and was implemented. And so we have this risk assessment that all of our site coordinators, ran on their sites. And there was one site, even as the board and staff were coming up with the risk assessment, that we knew was probably going to have to shut down. So we had to shut down only one of our 7 sites, and that was our Giddings, Texas site. And that was mainly just because of at-risk volunteers and its location. It failed the risk assessment, which was fine. And
that's why we put that together.
That's exactly why we put that together.
It was amazing. It's amazing to have a board that we can rely on to help us do stuff like that.
Exactly.
And
quickly.
Think quickly.
And so tactically, that was the first thing that was implemented. And from there, it was, okay, well, now how do we reach these people to where, social distancing and just all the different safety factors the CDC and local governments have put in place. And so we were able to do that. Most of our sites now are literally drive-through, which really helps in the sense of disseminating food. But the challenge was spiritually, how are we going to reach these people in a to-go scenario?
Right.
And so now, in fact, our guest that's going to be up first is our site coordinator out at our LBA site, and he has plenty of stories that people are actually driving through the line, not even to get food. They just need prayer or to be spiritually fed.
And we talked a lot about that in our when we first called our board together, about how do we respond, what do we do we keep serving, what's the risk? And as we started talking about those things, one of our biggest concerns was, we talk all the time that our mission is to feed people physically and spiritually. It's both.
Yep.
And they're both important. You can't have one without the other. I mean, we see Jesus time and time again meet the physical need before he addresses a spiritual need, but the spiritual need is the thing that is most important, right? And so we talked about that over and over again through our board meeting, and as we talked about the risk assessment and how do we move forward, we wanted to ensure that we were able to continue to feed people, not just physically in a drive-through scenario, but spiritually, and we wanted to keep reaching folks with the gospel message and with prayer. And God has shown up bigger than what I really honestly expected during this time, because I was skeptical about could we do this and not become just a drive-through kind of scenario, because I didn't want to see us just doing drive-through, drive-by, here's your food and go. And it's been amazing to see the conversations, the stories, the ask, the desire for prayer, and people know why we're at these sites.
Yep.
And I think that's a testimony in and of itself of what's happened over the years of us being there. They know that we're there not just with a food, but we're there to pray for them. We're there to point them to Christ. We're there to share the love and the message of Jesus Christ. And so it's been amazing to see that.
And just in the sense of God moving, obviously, when he calls us, we do that, right? And so the one blessing that we've had, especially here in Bastrop, is our city mayor, Connie Schrader, reached out. And at the beginning of this whole thing, because, it was like, do we shut down? Like, what does this look like? Because stuff was kind of unclear on, like, who's shutting down, who's not, especially at the beginning. And her exact words were, you are not shutting down. These people need you now more than ever, and I need you out there. And so I think a lot of our volunteers oftentimes are asking, like, are we allowed to be out here? Like, they sometimes feel. And so I just want to put everybody's mind at ease. Like, they want us there. The cities and local governments want us out there continuing to reach people and to make our community a better place. And it's awesome that they trust us with that. And so through COVID-19, they've also entrusted us to do some other things. So we get to feed all the COVID-19 positive tested families that are quarantined, and they shouldn't be going out. And so we have multiple teams of people that deliver hot meals and deliver their groceries as well. That way they're taken care of. And then the other thing on the COVID-19 front is Bastrop County has started doing the mobile testing sites. And so we are now in charge of feeding all the doctors, nurses, EMTs, and police officers and city officials that are out there during those COVID testing sites. And so it's just, God just makes a way for us to continually reach people in positions that we never thought we would be able to reach on a physical level, much less the spiritual level and component that we bring along with that.
Yeah.
So.
I want to touch on the disaster relief scenario, the relationships real quick, because we've talked about this. This is again, we're celebrating 10 years of ministry, which is amazing. It's really neat. And if you're just joining us, we'd love for you to share this link with your friends. Keep posting in the comments where you're from and maybe what you see God doing on this day. But also, as a way to celebrate 10 years, we've got a goal of raising $10,000. And so you can help be a part of that by texting to give. So if you text relief to 44321, you'll get a link to be able to donate. So you can also go to our website at feedtheneed.org, and you can donate there as well. And so you're going to hear me repeat that over and over again through this whole time, because that's our goal. Our goal is to get this $10,000 because we've got $10,000 in matching gifts, and that is just amazing. But I want to talk for a minute about this relief effort and being able to call the mayor and those things, because that's an act of God in and of itself as well. When we first started talking about Feed the Need and the mission of and the heart behind reaching people, there was a couple of conversations. One was we didn't want it to just be a one-off event. We didn't want it to be just a one-off church event. We knew that to build relationships, it was important to do this every week. We needed to build trust with the communities that we're in. And to build that trust, we needed to be there faithfully and consistently. And so we've done that for 10 years now. We've been there every week, even in the midst of things like COVID-19. But the other aspect of that was being ready to respond to disasters. And so we had lots of conversations about what that looked like and what that was. And God just kept pressing on our heart that we needed to be ready to respond to disasters. And I'll never forget, back in the beginning of 2011, it was probably about 6 months into the organization getting going, and there was a tornado, an F5, that struck Joplin, Missouri. And 4 of us left and went up to Joplin, Missouri, and cooked 2,000 burgers in 2 days. 4 of us. We only went with 1,000 to start with, and God just showed up and multiplied it. And I don't know how 4 of us did that. Like, there's a lot of burgers on the back of a trailer, an open flatbed trailer. I'll never forget that. And as we're serving, I remember God just pressing on my heart, you've got to be ready. You've got to be ready. And he kept bringing people to us with stories of what God was doing and how he was moving and how he saved people's lives and how he gave them another chance. And we prayed with countless number of people. And I remember getting back and from that trip, and Jason and I continued conversations about the organization and what God was calling us to do. And like, there was something about this whole ministry that I couldn't shake. I couldn't leave still. And God just kept pressing, you've got to keep pushing this thing forward. You've got to spread it. You've got to push it forward and spread it. I'm like, okay, what does that look like? How do we do that? And then we get to September of 2011, and the wildfires in Bastrop County broke out. And I remember calling Jason. You were my first call when I saw that smoke. I'm like, what are we doing? He's like, I don't know about you, but I've already got a place at Sears for us to cook. I'm like, all right. So we showed up there and we start cooking, and the conversations as they continue to unfold, and that's got some amazing stories of what God did through that time. But as we continue to talk about what God was wanting us to do, the consistency of being here for our communities, it's not just about the homeless. It's not just about the poorest of the poor. It's about the poorest of the poor spiritually, right? And that's all of us. And so we talk about different areas of poverty all the time where you might not be physically poor. And that to a degree is relative. But maybe you're emotionally poor, or maybe you're socially poor. Maybe you're spiritually poor. Maybe, we're all separated from God and we need Jesus. And so as we had those conversations, the consistency of having a site where we were there every week, faithfully, no strings attached, with a free meal to anybody who stopped by, was such a large testimony in and of itself that the impact goes beyond just the poor, right? Just the physically poor. And we'd see opportunities to serve our community leaders, to build relationships there, to build trust that we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And we're going to respond with a meal when we need to respond with a meal. And we've continued to do that. And when the wildfires broke out and we responded, I couldn't believe the little bit of experience that I'd had from the Joplin disaster and the opportunity that gave me, the wisdom, I guess, that God gave me in that, to know some of the things to logistically work through the response of the wildfires. And that's continued, but more importantly, the relationships that we've established, which leads to the relationships like Connie, and being able to contact her and the police chief, and be able to, him being able to reach out to us and say, hey, we need some help here. And for us to be able to provide those meals to these families. I loved it earlier. Jason said we get to. We love doing this because it gives us an opportunity to show the love of Christ, to be his hands and feet. And that is a true blessing in and of itself. So I don't want to miss that. I just, sorry if I'm rambling on here, but I see God doing some amazing things, and I'm so excited to hear from Jack. I think is going to be our next guest. So are we ready to roll into that, or what's that look like?
So before we get to Jack, we've got a short video, but I do want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Absolutely. And sharing this. Our heart is to reach people physically and spiritually, and without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do that. So we have many more stories to come about what reaching people physically and spiritually looks like. And so I'm excited to hang out this afternoon with you guys. Again, if you're able to give, text relief to 44321. Join us on our website at feedtheneed.org. Our organization's Feed the Need Missions. We're only 15 minutes in, and I'm already slurring. This is great. So we're excited that you're here. Again, share it, and we'll be back in just a moment.
My name's Megan Wright, and my husband Derek and I and our 2 kids moved to Rome 3.5 years ago. God said, here's your home. I want you to do something here, because community is like a lost thing nowadays. That's what we've been trying to cultivate. And so Feed the Need is a beautiful thing that gets people out, but no strings attached, but it's loving on people and being Jesus. There are people that were coming out that didn't necessarily want to eat, they wanted to participate. And then as the evening went on, it just trickled more and more people, and they were from the outside and they kept getting closer and closer, and then they ended up getting food, then they ended up sitting at a table, then conversation happened and relationship. And it was so relational, so beautiful, and it was exactly what I always envision real, raw, authentic community is supposed to be like. This is good ground. And if the camera were to pan around and see what was happening, you see legacy. It is all seed, because it's all Jesus. And Jesus said to go out and feed the people, meet their needs, be love, show them love, and then tell them where this love comes from. And so that is what's happening. And I would encourage people to come out, even grab a burger. If you can't necessarily drive to this place, why not start out with what you do have and to be a part of it financially, because that goes so far. Some people can't reach in their pocket and give financially, but they can give their time. You know when you're supposed to do that, because like right there on the inside, you get the yes. And this is one of those yes things. What seems like a burger, what seems like fish and bread is really the kingdom of God. And it just keeps going and going and going. And that's where your money really goes towards, and Feed the Need. It's not burgers and hot dogs. It's the kingdom. And it's beautiful.
Hey everybody, welcome back. And sitting next to me is Pastor Jack Gilmore. He's the lead pastor at Ridgeway Baptist Church. I think it's technically Page. Yeah. And so he's also a site coordinator for our newest site, which just started in the fall. And so he's gotten a crash course in learning how to adapt and change quickly, because we spent all this time training and development in how a site should operate. And then lo and behold, COVID-19. And hey, all that stuff you learned, don't do that. We're going to do something different. But while I have you here, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And definitely. I wanted to start first with, what drew you to Feed the Need missions? Like, what do you like about it, and how did God even call you into it?
Well, Jason, basically what it was is, being a pastor, the main thing that we preach is the Great Commission. And that's what Feed the Need is. You guys are doing exactly what the church should be doing. And when I mean by church, I don't mean, Ridgeway Baptist Church, the building. I'm talking about the people. We are the church. And we're supposed to go out and tell people about who Jesus is. And that's exactly what you guys are doing. So it was an opportunity for us to get out of the church building and use the church to go tell people about who God is. And what better way to do it over a meal, right? Obviously, I don't skip very many meals. So if you're going to feed me, I'm gullible. I'm not listening to anything you have to tell me. So it works. So and what better way is over a meal and sit down and just tell somebody about Jesus. And most of the time, you don't even have to talk about Jesus. You just listen to them. And because most people, y'all said in the intro that it's not even about the physical, it's the spiritual. And so many people are hurting, so many people are lost, and they don't really know what they're hurting and lost from. And there's that void. And Feed the Need missions is that's why we got off into it. And there were so many people in the church and at Ridgeway that wanted to get off and just, their calling, their ministry is feeding people physically, and what better way to do it is working with you guys.
And so, speaking of volunteers, what change have you seen in them? Because obviously, you know your church body pretty well, and they've always had this calling to go and do something. And so, you had mentioned before, like, this was a great avenue to do it. What change have you seen in your volunteers at LBA, and I know not all of them go to your church, and so
Right.
you can speak to both of those parties, like the ones that are Ridgeway Baptists and the ones that are not at all. Some of them aren't even believers, but they show up every week. So
Absolutely.
tell us some about that.
Well, several aspects here. There's a young man. He just graduated high school, and he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do. He was wanting to be a coach. He was wanting to do all these other things. Now, serving Feed the Need and praying and working on other people, he has now got a call in his life to go into ministry. That's fantastic. Then we've got the other aspect of areas where there are people out there that are helping us that don't really have a call for Jesus and don't really have a relationship with God, but they're willing to help because they have a love for the people in the community, and they have a love for the community. And there's people that are in the community that are helping that they've always wanted to do something in their own community. Now here's a way that they're able to help. So you're right. Not everybody goes to Ridgeway Baptist Church. It has nothing to do with the church. We don't even pub the church. Most people don't even know that we're part of Ridgeway. And just watching the growth, just watching people spiritually, the volunteers grow the way that they've grown. They really thought they had a relationship with Jesus, but just watching them help other people, because at any moment we realize as volunteers that we could be showing up at a site asking for something to eat because whatever circumstances happen in our life, and just having people, the consistency that y'all spoke about, and the consistency with the volunteers. Each and every week they're there to pray for someone and are willing to step out and just may be afraid to pray, but are willing to find somebody to pray, but just let that person know that, hey, I love you enough to know that you're hurting and I care for you, and just watch them grow. It's phenomenal.
And so through that, obviously, as a volunteer or a site leader, you grow spiritually.
Amen.
And so what impact have you seen that actually have on the people you're reaching, the guests that are at LBA? What impact have you seen on that community because of Feed the Need?
Man, it has been phenomenal. And number one, yes, I'm a site coordinator, but I have a phenomenal team. I couldn't do anything without them. They're the heart and soul of the whole operation. I just got the title. But the community itself, when we first got there, they were very standoffish. Because from what I was hearing from the community, that a lot of churches were and organizations were going out there for one reason, that was to get them into the church and build it, but they weren't consistent. Well, we've been out there since the beginning of October. We've been there through the rain, sleet, snow. I mean, not snow, but everything you could possibly imagine. And we've been out there on Thanksgiving. We were out there for Halloween. We've been out there through everything, and they've seen the consistency. And it has been phenomenal. They went from really being standoffish just to showing up just for the burger, the meal, to literally just not even asking for the meal all the time. People just literally driving by and saying, hey, I just need prayer. And one of the stories that we have is she's a lady that lives in the community, and she doesn't have a relationship with Jesus. She's flat out told us, I don't have a relationship with Jesus. I'm not down with the whole Jesus thing. But when I step on this ground, I feel something that is far above me and something that I probably need to go after, but I'm afraid. And that's why we are there. That is why God has called you guys to start this Feed the Need missions, and for volunteers to go ye therefore and talk to people and just let them know that there's something more out there that they need, and just watching the growth in the volunteers.
That's awesome. And I mean, every week there's different stories that fall into that category, and it's always encouraging because, I mean, even the start of Feed the Need missions, it felt like a small call. And, we didn't know what it meant. It was like, okay, we just need to fulfill what he's asking us to do, and it's continuing to grow and reach way beyond anything one person can do. And so you speak of titles. I mean, I have a title, but you probably know more about what's going on in the field than I do. And so I'm thankful for you and your team that allows that to happen. And so if you're just joining us, this is Giving Tuesday Now, a response to COVID-19. And so for Feed the Need missions, this is something we're excited to be a part of and to continue pushing the calling that Jesus has put on our heart as an organization to reach people both physically and spiritually wherever we are. And so you can text RELIEF to 44321. You can go log on to the website at feedtheneed.org, and there's a Donate Now button at the top right. And so as we get into that, why personally do you give to Feed the Need, and why would you encourage other people to donate financially to Feed the Need?
Number one is that everything this organization does is strictly about God. Number one. Number two is that the only way you're able to function are through donations. Y'all don't have, in any other source of income, and y'all give several thousand meals a day, a week out to people. That's phenomenal. And I mean, let me back up just a little bit, Jason, if you don't mind. Just 2 weeks ago at the LBA site, and this isn't bragging by any stretch of imagination, but we served over 450 meals, and that's just what we counted.
And we were not prepared for that.
Over 450 meals, and that's just what we counted. And the line was out there, and we were serving, and we looked, and it's like, it's just not dying. And we kept looking, it's like, is the line going? No. And we just stopped looking at the line and just kept serving and serving and praying and serving and praying and serving and praying just over and over. And we kept looking at at the food that was there in the cars, and was like, we're going to run out of food. And it reminded me of a story when Jesus was on the Mount, when he said he took a little boy's lunch, fed the multitude, and it's exactly what it felt like here. Was that God just kept providing fish and loaves, and we had to have faith that God was going to provide. And over 450 plus meals, over 200 something families. It was phenomenal. But that's why we give, and that's why I think we should give, because there's so many people that are hurting. And so many people. We're in an unprecedented time. We're in a time that America's never seen before. And people are hurting, people are lost, people are hopeless, and they're trying to find something that they're diving in a substance that they don't need to be diving into. And when they show up at a site, and knowing that this may be the last meal they have until the next time that site's there, it gives them hope, and it gives them peace, and it gives them some relief that there's still people that love us enough to still show up no matter what's happening, because we can get this virus just as easily as they can, and so on and so forth, but we're stepping out and just serving what God has asked us to serve. So I donate to you guys because I want to see people be happy, and I want to see people, and this is a phenomenal organization. So guys, here's what I'm going to say. The next $500 that comes in, the next $500, I'll match it. Out of my own personal account, I'll match it. My wife's probably frowning right now, and I'll have to answer for that later, but honey, I love you. But next $500, I'll match it. So that'll help for just $10,000, and I'm not doing it to boast, but I want you to understand that I'm putting myself on the hook here, that I love this organization that much that I want to see this organization succeed. They do more work the churches have shut down, which means that we're only doing stuff online most of the time, or we're doing parking lot services as some churches are having, but this organization is out there in the trenches 4 or 5 times a week serving the people that need food and that are hurting, and they just need that little bit of hope, and that's what this can do. And time, talents, and treasure is what Jesus tells us to do. And guys, if you got the treasure, please donate.
Well, thank you very, very much for sharing your heart. And obviously, as a part of this organization and the words that you just shared, you could almost make me cry on camera, but I learned a trick from a very wise man. So there's, as a worship pastor, if you get caught up in moments of worship and stuff like this, and so even on camera or when speaking, so this is for you, shark attack. Keeps you from crying every time. Imagine yourself getting eaten by a shark. So that's what I'm doing right now, so that I don't shed tears as we're doing this. But I do want to thank you for your heart, your vulnerability, and more so what you do for the kingdom. Jesus has clearly called you to pursue him and to pursue others for him, Matthew 28:19, right? Like the whole reason we do all of that. And so I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful that you're in a position to lead people not only in a church, but here in the mission field of what we call Feed the Need at one of our sites in one of our communities. So thank you for joining us today. And I look forward to continue to being able to spread the word of Jesus with you. So, and we'll be back here in just a little bit.
Feed the Needs ministry is simple, and it's simply this: to feed people. And it's by doing this on a weekly basis that it allows us to do the most important thing, which is to build relationships with people in our community. By doing this, we get to share the love and the gospel of Jesus Christ with them. If you're looking for more information, please check out our website at feedtheneed.org.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us on this live feed today. This is a really neat day, and there's some neat things happening in the background. And for those of you that have been with us this whole time, I hope you enjoyed the conversation with Jack. It's always great to hear from our volunteers and to get firsthand some of the interaction of what they see God doing. And so it's just a great thing to see a little different perspective. But for those of you that maybe are just joining us, or maybe you're watching this live feed somehow and you've never really heard of Feed the Need. Feed the Need Missions is a nonprofit that exists to feed people physically and spiritually. And we do this by providing a meal on a weekly basis, where we leverage that meal to build relationships and point people to Christ. And we do that by just being there. We talk about ministry of presence, praying with people, and then sharing the gospel with people. And that looks like a lot of different formats. And so we spend a lot of time equipping and recruiting volunteers to do this on a consistent basis. And that consistency allows us to build relationships that are meaningful. And that gives us the platform, if you will, to share the gospel message. And so these relationships go deep into all our communities that we reach. And we've been serving now for 10 years, or almost. This is 10 years.
Really close.
Yeah. 2020 is 10 years of ministry for us. The 10-year mark, our 10-year anniversary will be in August. And so we're looking forward to celebrating that. But as a way to kind of jumpstart the celebration in that, today being Giving Tuesday Now, which is a global response to COVID-19. And so it's just a day of giving in response to what's been going on with the pandemic. And so as a result, we thought it'd be a great way just to start celebrating 10 years of ministry. And so all through this live feed, we're going to be showing different little clips of some of the past, some of the stuff that's been going on over the years. We're going to be talking about the ministry. We're going to be interviewing different folks of what God's been doing through their lives, but also what they see God doing through the people that he's called to be a part of this ministry. And so as a way to celebrate 10 for 10, right, 10 years of ministry, we've got a goal of $10,000. And we have a $10,000 match for that first $10,000. So help us get to that goal. The way you can help us get there is by texting RELIEF to 44321. RELIEF to 44321. If you text RELIEF to 44321, it'll send you a link that you can click on and you can donate, and you can see our progress, so where we're at. So you can actually see how many more dollars we need to raise to get that full $10,000. And we're making progress. It's been really neat to see where it looks like we're a little over $3,000. So we're getting there, you know, and we still got time. We've got the whole rest of the day. So help us get there as quick as we can. And meet that goal so we can leverage that full $10,000. And in your last interview, Jack just pledged randomly.
He just decided to match another 500. So that,
which is amazing.
Was awesome.
It is so neat to see God just continue to move through people's lives and just use them and their obedience, to hear their obedience and their response. So as we continue to talk about the ministry, let's spend another minute here talking about COVID-19 and our response and how we've been coordinating this. I know that when we first, obviously the beginning of March, all this stuff started unraveling, and everybody's kind of trying to figure out, is this something we need to be worried about or not, and to what degree. And we met early on, and we started having conversations about it early on to the potential impact and making sure that we were being ready. And part of that is, I think I'm supposed to move these papers.
No, you're fine. I did.
Because they're making a white spot on the deal or something, or they were.
Watch this.
Look.
Bye.
Yeah.
This is a live feed, and we're professionals. You're welcome. Back to COVID-19 and operations.
So we started talking about the response and being ready, right? We knew we needed to be ready, and so what did that look like, and how would we be ready? Well, one of the things that we saw the potential of as we started seeing this unraveling was the difficulty that we might have with getting food. And sure enough, that came true. It became very difficult early on to get access to the quantities of food that we're used to getting to serve at our sites, with the way that we leverage our volunteers to go and pick up the food and bring it to our sites each week. And we wanted to make sure that we were being above reproach, if you will, with the way we prepared the food and just trying to take extra precautions and steward all those things well and steward the lives that God's entrusted us with to feed. And so we wanted to make sure everybody stayed healthy and that we minimized the spread. And so we talked about different ways we could do that. So what are one of the ways that we accomplish that?
So, yeah, I mean, it was the day after we had this meeting of, is it going to be hard to get food, that I went into HEB just to even see if it was possible to partner with them. Yep. And no. And so our sites normally operate as they each have their own shopper, and they just go to the local grocery store just because price points for the amount of food we need. It's just better.
Yep.
And so obviously we can't do that now, and because we can't get the groceries we need. Either they were completely out or there was limited quantities on stuff, and so it was just impossible to fulfill it. And so we just started kind of thinking, okay, let's think outside the box. Be great for both parties. And so, every night still currently, instead of us cooking at a site just to maintain social distancing and all that kind of stuff and safety and health, restaurants basically prepare 200 meals for us. We pick them up and we go disperse them at the site to the communities. That way we can still reach out to the communities and be there, but it gives the restaurants an outlet to be able to do that as well.
Yeah.
And so
and that was a really neat opportunity, and I think that was the other aspect of talking about disaster relief and response and coordination and relationships. We've as a nonprofit, one thing that we're that's critical is relationships, right? And really to any business that's important, But for a nonprofit, part of what we have to do is not just the relationships on the people that we serve. Right, our goal is to build relationships with them so we can point them to Christ, but also the people that support us. And so we're constantly trying to figure out how to develop those relationships and work with people and partner with people. And as this disaster, if you will, started unfolding, the pandemic, and we started trying to figure out how can we respond. Well, one of the things we saw too is the crisis that businesses found themselves in. Yep. Right, and so needing to help them, support them and the livelihood of their families, along with the rest of the world still needed to eat. Right? So
everyone needs
we
food.
needed to keep those restaurants open and other things so that we could just continue to feed folks, not just at our sites, but so that we could get a meal too. And so what better way than to partner with local restaurants to help spread the word about their heart to support such a great cause, but also to help give back to them and then to minimize our impact, our interaction with COVID and minimize that spread, if you will. And so these partnerships have been great. And so I just want to take a minute and really thank these guys and every one of them. I mean, we had Chick-fil-A that's been consistently stepping up, Chick-fil-A Bastrop. And so, man, if you're in the Bastrop area, go by and support them and say thank you. I mean, it's been amazing to see how much they have given and they continue to give. CC's Pizza, another great one. CC's Pizza and Bastrop. Those guys have been committed to helping us make sure we've got the meals that we need every week at several of our sites. And so, again, if you could go by and say thank you to them and support them by ordering out or dining in at this point, obviously carefully, and respecting all of the guidelines that everybody puts together. But CC's Pizza is another great one. We've had support from Macoco's restaurant, Macoco's Cantina, which is out at Community Gardens, which is where our offices are. And they've supported with burritos, amazing burritos
they
for
are good.
Our Stony Point site every week. And that's been amazing. And they've had a sponsor from Synergy. Synergy? Mm-hmm. Has been sponsoring helping to sponsor some of those meals.
Yep.
And so not only is Macoco's, Judith from Macoco's has been amazing through this, and her mom have even been out to the site to help out, which has been great. But they've also gained some support from some other local businesses, specifically Synergy. And so thank those guys. If you know them, give them a thank you and go and order out at their places and just continue to support. But we've also had some others. So in North Texas, we've got a couple of sites in the North Fort Worth area in a small town called Justin, Texas, in a small town called Newark, Texas. I'd never heard of Newark before.
Me neither.
But both these sites serve every week. One serves on Tuesdays and one serves on Thursdays. And it's been amazing to see how they've been consistent, like all our other sites. And they've had some support from, I'm drawing a blank. There's
Taco something.
Yes.
I don't remember what it was called, but it's a guy that basically, he makes amazing homemade tacos. And if I recall, it's like a small frontage store restaurant, but they
Okay.
also have.
and it's in, where's it at? Is it in
Newark.
it's in Newark.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yeah, that one's in Newark. And then there's Raising Cane's, who's helped donate a lot of stuff to our Justin site. And so
That's awesome.
It's been great.
That's
the
awesome.
support they've had up there.
We've also had 602 on Main has been supporting as well, specifically with some of the meals for the COVID testing sites.
Yep.
So we've been providing meals for the doctors and nurses and the staff there that are putting together these testing sites and working those. And so 602's been a support there. Southside Market and Barbecue.
They did today. For that
Very
same
cool.
thing.
Awesome. So, man, if I love Southside. I love good barbecue, and their barbecue is amazing, and they love to support great causes in our community. And so we are truly blessed to have them in this area. So go by and say thank you to them and order out from them. The other day, they also have a meat market. And so in the whole mix of what's been going on, I know that my family and I went by there and picked up a bunch of meat from their meat market the other day, and it was great, and those steaks have been amazing. And so, man, go by and, not only do they have your food, but they have a whole meat market. So you can eat there, you can order out barbecue, but you can also get like fresh steaks, bacon, sausage.
So you're inviting me and Rachel over
come on.
for steak tonight?
Come on. So go by and support them and just find, they're another source for some of your groceries, if you will, not just your meals. So,
Right.
but who are we? Am I missing somebody? I feel like I'm missing somebody in that list.
We might be, and so we apologize. The cool thing about what we do is we have lots of people that love and support who we are and who we reach. And so thank you to all of you, whether you're a restaurant, whether you're a big business, whether you're a small business, whether you're an individual or a volunteer, or even a guest that we reach at one of our sites. The way Jesus moves as a collective whole and reaches people is really, truly amazing. And we'll get to hear from one of those people here really quick after a video. I'm going to get the opportunity to talk with Ryan Somm, the Chick-fil-A operator here in Bastrop, Texas. And so stay tuned for that.
It's not about the hamburger. It's about the people.
So the relationships that I've made here are awesome, and I really connected to these people.
I heard of it from a friend, and we were low on money, and it was the greatest help around, to tell the truth. Lost everything. Well, I lost my family.
The quicker that you can not look at the burger and look at in people's eyes and just say, hi, how are you? You'll notice a change in them right away.
Well, I'm living in this world, so I don't really believe I'm homeless. I just don't have any shelter. Yeah.
Yes, she says she doesn't speak English, but she's really thankful for this place, and it's helped her because she's single and she has 5 kids, so it's really helped her.
It lifts my spirits up.
It really helps, dude. It helps, and the only thing you do is thank God for it. Just when you lay down and you starve to death.
Some of them I can tell come through here every week, and they may not have a meal that night on Monday nights if they don't come here and eat.
Come here and you see these people that are like just open arms. They don't judge you. They don't make you feel bad or ashamed. They make you feel like you're part of the family and like you can just let loose and eat till your heart, is full. Literally eat till your heart is full, and then take it on, pass it somewhere else.
You're not just serving other people. You're getting served yourself.
That there's no judgments here. There's nobody being judgmental. Nobody criticizes you. You're here. It's a nice little spot of home for Sunday. This is a home.
But hopefully at some point I got to change my situation.
What's your situation?
Now I'm on the streets. It could be demoralizing if you weren't positive. I try to wake up every day and say I'm blessed, but sometimes it's not easy.
You know, sometimes they're just busy. Sometimes this is the only place that they can come where someone's going to give them a smile. And other ones, you know, they can't afford a meal. You know, so they all come from different reasons.
It's just like a backyard barbecue in the community. I think it's awesome.
You know, we're filling the bellies and we're filling the soul. It's addictive. It's addictive.
It's amazing how everything just works together, fits, and clicks. I'm really proud and glad to be part of it.
I guess it gives them hope, you know, in a really tough time. And it's really opened me up because I see the poverty and the challenges, and it just humbles me. I mean, I'm just so blessed. I mean, God, why did God bless me? What did I do for the other person right down the street here? So I'm grateful. I'm just grateful.
She said whenever she comes here and she has a problem, she tells you guys about it and you'll pray. And God has really helped her restore her family.
This is our home. And like it or not, we have people in our home that have needs, big needs. It takes money to feed people. It takes money to run an organization. It's worthwhile. When you have a woman that comes up on a cold, cold day and asks if she's staying warm, and she says, "Oh yes, I live in a shack behind my mother's house, but we have a heater." It rips your heart out.
You know, there's certain people that care. I just wish more people would get involved.
Hey everybody, welcome back. And we have a special guest joining us today. It is Ryan Som, the operator of Chick-fil-A Bastrop. And we've gotten to know each other since he took over the store a couple years ago. And he and his team are amazing. Just obviously the way they operate the store and the service they provide there, but the way they reach out to the community in multiple ways. Feed the Need Missions is just one organization that they help support. And so, Ryan, I'm excited to have you here today, man. And I have to point out that your face mask is somewhat fitting, but I also want to let you know we are 6 feet away from each other, so you're probably safe without it, but I did enjoy. I'm glad you wore that. I forgot mine. Awesome. Good. Well, and I'm thankful you guys are doing your part. And what you've been doing for us is anywhere between 200 meals per week, upwards to almost 500 on a couple of weeks. And I mean, that was me texting you the day before when something would fall through and I needed help. And you guys came to the rescue. And so we are so thankful for you and everything that you do for us. But I want to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, Chick-fil-A, that's a pretty specific calling on your life. What was it that actually made you want to do what you are currently doing right now? Uh-oh, Ryan. Hold up. We just had some technical difficulties, I think. And it's possible you'll have to tell that whole story again. Yeah, I can hear you. I don't think our listeners can hear you. And so, anyway, we'll bring Ryan back on here in just a minute after we figure out what is going on. I'm in the room. I probably broke it. There's no telling. So, Jonah's going to come join me. Ryan, I'll give you a text here in a little bit when we have all this worked out. And so, we're thankful that you were able to hop on for a second, and we'll get all this stuff worked out. So, yeah, running a nonprofit, obviously, stuff happens all the time. This is a small example, but we roll with it. And I think, especially with what's going on with COVID-19 and stuff, the thing that we're starting to see, and even Ryan and I will talk about it later, but being able to adjust on the fly. And so, like, being able to, I mean, you know, our food source was completely depleted. And so, okay, well, how do we be creative, think outside the box? And, you know, guys like Ryan helped chip in to that idea in order so that we could still reach our communities physically,
right?
So that we could reach them spiritually. And so that's
are
been exciting.
we making any progress here, or do we need to, is there anything we should test or check out specifically to get them online? Okay, so let's sit tight for just a second here, and we're checking to see if we can get this audio back, because I think it'd be good if we can get them on the, on the line.
No, I mean, so definitely the stuff Ryan's saying is extremely beneficial. So we'll have it worked out in a few moments, and that's fine. No worries. That's what this show's for. I don't know if you know this, but we're the hosts, and we can kind of do whatever we need to do.
You know, it's crazy for me to sit here and talk to you like this and almost seem pretty comfortable. And honestly, I've gotten pretty comfortable. But I would never have thought in a million years that I'd be speaking into a camera when I was younger. So I was a pretty shy dude back in the day, and this was the last thing I thought I'd ever be doing. So
for all of you that know me, you know I'm really shy.
Jason's completely the opposite. So anyways, but again, if you're just joining us for the first time, or maybe you've been on and you've been commenting, man, thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for your donations. Today is a global day of giving. And so Giving Tuesday Now is put together a campaign and an effort to spur on giving on a global scale. And so all over the globe, people are giving to their favorite causes, to their neighbors, and doing different acts of kindness, giving to their restaurants, their small businesses, and supporting folks from all over the place. And so thank you guys for your support. Thank you for responding to Giving Tuesday Now. We'd love to hear stories about maybe something that you've done or something that somebody's done for you. And so if there's a story that somebody's done something for you, man, put a note in the comments, share maybe a post about it. We'd love to hear those stories. Maybe we can talk about them if we see something good here. After a while, we can have some conversations. So we'd love to hear those, hear about those. But as a way to support, we're celebrating. We're kind of kicking off celebrating 10 years of ministry, which is a long time. I mean, I cannot believe it's been 10 years. So as a way for you to support us, this is 10 years. We've got a $10,000 goal, and we've got a matching gift for that $10,000. And so we're looking forward to being able to meet that goal. And with your help, we can do it. And we're making progress. So you can text to give. You can text relief to 44321. You can go to our website at feedtheneed.org, or you can call us. And we would love to hear from you. We'll have the number posted, and I don't remember what the number is. But how are we doing? Are we working through anything? Or are we gonna need to move on here with some stuff? Okay.
Well, Ryan, we're gonna try this again. So, are you in your playground? That is awesome. Wow. I didn't realize where you were earlier, and now I just actually looked at your screen and I was like, okay, so he's hanging out in the playroom, which is where my kids want to go first even before we actually have your audio yet, and I don't want to ask you your calling into Chick-fil-A again because that story is awesome if people can't hear it. And so I do want a disclaimer. We did test all this, and it did work great. So everybody pray for Josh because he's awesome, and he does all this, and I have no idea how it works. And so he works hard to make us sound and look good, and so obviously there's things that we can't help and don't know what's going on. So, Ryan, I'm going to let you go do you for a little bit. I will give you a call or a text here in a little bit, and if it works out, great. If not, I want to thank you already for giving up your time to do this with us. And we seriously appreciate everything you and your store does, not only for Feed the Need missions, but the community as a whole. The outreach that you guys do really shows, number one, your personal heart for ministry in reaching the city and the communities that you're in. So thank you everything that you do, Ryan. We really love it and appreciate it. So hopefully I'll be texting you back here soon. Yes, sir. Just in case the viewers were wondering what he said, my pleasure. So just to clear that up. So Jonah, what's going on now, man? What are we doing?
That's a great question. Well, I know we're trying to meet our goal of $10,000, and if you're just joining us here, we'd love for you to share this post, make a comment below, and we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear about maybe how the ministry has impacted your life. What is something that, maybe you came for a meal. Maybe you came and got a burger and you happen to be watching this. Maybe you've come and hung out with us and just asked for prayer or community. We'd love to hear from you too. So hit the like button. Maybe call in. You can call us. The number's not up on the screen right now, but it will be. But I'll tell you the number. It's 888-511-7173. 888-511-7173. The number will be up here in a little bit again, but we'd love for you to call in. We'd love to hear from you, and you can call in to make a donation. You can also go to our website at feedtheneed.org, and there's a banner that says Giving Tuesday Now, and you can click on that, and it'll take you to a place to give. There's also an opportunity to text to give, and so you can text relief to 44321, and you'll get a link that you can click on, and you can donate there, and you can also see our progress. Speaking of our progress, I kind of wonder where we're at here. We'll pull that up here in just a minute as well. But as we continue to discuss the ministry and just have a conversation here, we're celebrating 10 years, and we're trying to raise $10,000. But we've been talking about the response to COVID and our weekly sites, and just talking a little bit about some of the stories through Feed the Need missions. So I guess, Jason, let me ask you this. Is there any stories specifically that jump out to you over the years that just where you saw God move in a big way because of a burger?
You totally took that question way bigger than I was anticipating. I was like, how have you seen God move in somebody's life in COVID-19? No, through 10 years of ministry. Perfect. It's kind of a reoccurring story. It doesn't happen often. But at least the idea and main theme of the story that always seems to get me is like this whole thing started off with a very simple calling, essentially backyard barbecue style. Like it was just a way to gather people comfortably and to reach people, because walls and barriers come down as you're comfortable with people, right? That's why it's not about the burger; it's about developing those relationships. Yeah. And once you have a relationship, you're able to speak life into that person. And so the stories specifically that I think of don't even happen with me personally. It's usually, I go and visit sites often. And so when I get to see a volunteer, first of all, who I've never met, and they are serving on the line, in the way that they speak to the guest, and in the way it draws them in, and then I see them go off and pray, and then at the end of the night, when everybody comes back together and that volunteer says that person just accepted Christ for the first time, like the way that hits you, because that happened way better than I think I would have made it happen. Yeah. And so being able to witness that with people I'd never met or seen or didn't even think would have the reach to see that happen is great. And so, I mean, that's just one of the many stories, and we'll go on into some more specific ones later.
Yeah, and I've got some thoughts, specifically some stories that are coming to mind. So we'll bring those up, and I'll help remind you of a couple
Sweet.
that I'm thinking of here in a minute. But stay tuned with us. We're going to take a short break and try to work out some of these technical difficulties with this sound and see if we can't get Ryan back
and get a drink.
So stay tuned with us. Please keep in tune. Don't help us continue to get some audience on here, and so that we can meet our goal of this $10,000, 10 for 10. So we'll be right back.
Bye. Hey everybody, welcome back. And this time, I do believe we have Ryan's voice. Ryan, say hello. So, we'll find out here in just a second. But for those of you that don't know, this is Ryan Somm on the line with me. He is the operator of Chick-fil-A here in Bastrop, Texas. And he lives in Austin and grew up there. In fact, I guess was even a youth pastor there at one point. And so, Ryan, I do want to talk to you kind of about calling. And so you even had alluded earlier, being called to be a Chick-fil-A operator isn't something you usually dream of as a kid. But how did God bring you here and why? Man, the way you said all that was beautiful, but I actually don't think we have your audio again. Because, man, I'm ready to talk to you. Yeah, actually, Ryan, so right now, just start talking about your store and stuff like that until we get audio, and then I will politely interrupt you and we'll start over just so we can see if we can get your audio going. You just cut him off from me.
Forever grateful for the legacy he created and left in this community whenever he moved back to Houston. And I'm thankful that I got to be here. So September 1st is when I transitioned in, took on 100% of the team, and knowing that they, obviously had done incredibly well so far, and really spent the season getting to know the team. Got to know their stories, got to know positions, skills, strengths.
It did start coming through.
All right. Well, Ryan, it's not happening for us right now with you, and
This
it's
is really sad.
It's not your fault. I know you said you were okay with being the scapegoat, but I'm not going to throw you under the bus. It's clearly my fault. But Ryan, I will get back with you. One thing for those of you guys that couldn't hear, when the Bastrop store came open, he was friends with the previous owner. And the previous owner went to a store closer to where his whole family and his wife's family grew up. And so Ryan jumped on the opportunity to be a part of the Bastrop community. Number one, he grew up very close to here in Austin, but loves this community. And so by him taking that store, it gave him an opportunity to actually pour out and bless this community. I think oftentimes people think of owners and operators as somebody that just wants to own and operate something that's going to generate revenue so that they can get rich. that never even entered Ryan's mind. He wanted to invest into the community, and so that is why he did what he did. And he took over the store. He's helped feed the need tremendously. I was just starting to add up, but he's already donated over 1,500 meals in the past 5 weeks for Feed the Need, so that we can continue reaching the communities that we are in. And so it's people like Ryan who, Jesus just places in communities so that the community can be reached. Obviously, their physical tool is not a burger, even though he wore a cow mask. It's confusing. But he uses a chicken sandwich as his physical tool to reach the Bastrop community. And they are doing an extremely tremendous job. And so, Ryan, I know we can't hear you, but we are very thankful for you. And so continue doing what you're doing, and we look forward to hopefully having you on air some point during this broadcast. If we get it all worked out, I'll give you a nice text of a thumbs up, and you can jump back on, and we'll start talking. So we love you. We're thankful for you, and keep doing what you're doing. In case you guys can't hear, he said, "My pleasure." Okay. So
very nice.
Now,
I think we're supposed to switch places here.
Oh, let's switch places, because that was fun.
Yeah, here. Oh, what are you doing? You got all kinds of wires going on over here. Okay.
I'm a professional wire guy.
So apparently, like, our names are like pre-programmed here or something.
Oh,
so.
yeah. I was gonna be Jonah. Ooh, this could be fun.
Wait, this is my phone.
Yeah, we got to switch phones and everything now. You can actually turn that towards you if you want. Doesn't matter.
So where are we at here? What kind of progress are we making?
We're
on
nowhere.
Our goal? That doesn't help me.
Yeah, you're gonna ignore that now. This is called off script. This is where we're gonna actually talk about probably. So we're doing this 10 for 10, right? So
yes.
We've had 10 years of ministry, raising $10,000. And so if you want to be a part of that, we have $10,000 in matching gifts. And so right now, if you'll text 44321 and text relief, that'll prompt you with an opportunity to actually give. And we are continually actually getting closer and closer to that goal. And so it's been exciting to watch that. And so you'll be able to track our progress. It'll be up on the screen here in just a little bit.
But I love this 10 for 10 and celebrating 10 years. Like, that just kind of, and it's even cool how that happened, because even that wasn't completely planned.
Somehow we aged.
God just knew what he was doing here. So, this whole thing has just been truly amazing to be a part of. And so thank you guys for the support. I'm really curious to see where we're at too, giving wise. Do we have a total? Can you refresh that screen? I'm just kind of curious to see how we're doing, what kind of progress we're making. And I know that
it's awesome.
Oh, so we're at almost $4,000. Wait a second. $48 away. Is that right? $41 away from
math.
Did I do math?
I don't do math.
$41 away. $41 from being at 4,000. So we're getting there. We're making progress. And we still have an additional matching gift of $500. So that even puts us to $4,500 at this point.
Yep.
On top of that. So, what an incredible opportunity, that we have to continue to match this. So you can help, by texting relief to 44321. You can also call, you can call our number, on the screen, I think, maybe, I don't know. Yep. Oh, there it is. 888-511-7173. You can call in to pledge a donation to help us reach our goals. So we're making progress, and I think we can do this.
Yeah, no, I think we can. I'm excited.
Yeah,
one thing, we've been talking about different programs. One thing we haven't hit on yet, we can actually talk more about it, but is Gobble Kits. We kind of run these like seasonal different things, but that really extends our reach. And so we have a video for you guys, and so we'll actually come back and we'll kind of talk about not just the Gobble Kits, but other things that we're able to do as an organization to reach people even further than just our weekend
Yeah,
sites.
if you guys have been a part of the Gobble Kit program, I think you'll like this video. Or if you've been wondering about what this is, maybe you've seen a post about it or something, or an email about these Gobble Kits. We've got a great video that's going to kind of unpack the story behind the Gobble Kits. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. We were sitting around talking about ways that we could basically bless families through the holiday season, through Thanksgiving. When it came up in the discussion about putting together these Thanksgiving meals, it just was like, yes, that's it.
We feed people physically and spiritually. Feed the need is what we do well, and most importantly, it's our calling. That's what we're called to do. And so there's this innate thing in us pushing us to reach more people for Jesus through a burger, through sights. And so doing gobble kits just exponentially blew that up.
We had our collection days where we actually had kind of the drop off, if you will. And it was really encouraging to see the response from those families.
We're reaching and engaging communities on a weekly basis throughout the entire year. And then this gobble kit idea comes up to where we can provide a Thanksgiving meal for those that can't do that on their own. That's radical. That's life-changing.
We really didn't know how many families would fill the kits or how many kits were being taken completely, but we knew that the number of families registering for meals was growing. A word kind of started to spread more, and that number started growing more, and we ended up at a number of about 467 families that actually signed up in need of a Thanksgiving meal across all 7 of our sites. That number financially is over $11,000, and that's a lot of money.
Small load.
Set the jacket right now, and I'll take this in and I'll bring y'all out a box real quick.
And we really didn't know up until that week that we started handing them out, like where those numbers all, would land and everything. And we ended up landing at what looked to be a wash and then exceeding that, which was truly amazing.
We're ordinary people doing ordinary things consistently to get closer to Christ ourselves and to show other people how to get closer to Christ.
Because he first loved us. And that's why we're here each week. Because Jesus loved us first. And he died for us. We're on our way back from Justin. We just spent the evening passing out turkeys.
It's like this is new for us. We didn't really know exactly what to expect.
So tonight was the first night of handing out the kits. We handed out 36 gobble kits at the Justin site. Sunday and Monday are going to be crazy.
It's beautiful to see people serving on a regular basis, just giving of themselves to others, to strangers, and loving on them. It's not only about coming and helping to serve, but it's loving them and encouraging them with words and just through prayer and just pure love. It's love without expecting anything in return.
Lay it down.
One of the things that we talk about all the time is how do we get more volunteers involved? How do we get more churches involved? And we did that through this. And so what a really neat opportunity to be able to connect so many people with the ministry. At one of our sites, we served over 700 meals that night. We had over 150 volunteers that showed up that week at all the sites to help serve those meals. So I can imagine where this thing would go if we'd see that kind of ongoing support from volunteers coming out every week.
I can't imagine where Feed the Need's going to be in just 5 years, and the amount of involvement that we will have across the board, and the more sites that we'll have to reach more people that don't know Jesus, but that also don't have the physical things that maybe you and I do.
To be able to be kind of a catalyst, if you will, to help facilitate that, that kind of kingdom movement in the community is pretty awesome. Well, welcome back. I'm here with Scotland, and Scotland is our site coordinator for our Newark site in North Texas. So he's up north of Fort Worth, and he's joining us here. And we just got done playing this video about the gobble kits, and it's got me thinking a little bit about this past year and some of the things that we saw God do. So I just thought we'd have a conversation here with Scotland and talk a little bit about both past stuff that we've seen God doing through the ministry, and then also talking about the response specifically to COVID-19. So we'd love for you guys to share this video, continue to share and comment. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for supporting us. We're celebrating 10 years of ministry this year, and what an incredible thing. And just to be able to continue to be a part of the work that God's doing through this ministry is a true blessing. And we're so humbled to be able to be a part of what he's doing and what he wants to do. And so last couple of years, we've put together these gobble kits where we've provided Thanksgiving meals for families in need. And it's been amazing, and you just heard the story from that through the video. And so I hope that was inspiring, just to kind of get a little bit of the backstory of that. Last year, Scotland, do you guys, how many meals did you guys do at your site? How many Thanksgiving meals did we put together? Do you remember that number?
I believe it was about 25 meals for the Newark site up here in North Texas.
Yeah, very cool. And this was the first, a first full year of doing ministry at the Newark site, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. The year before, we had just started in September.
Yep.
So we didn't have much traction with the Gobble Kit that year. But
Yeah.
man, the second year it was more than doubled for our area, and
That's awesome.
actually got to see some families, really provided for through that. So it was neat.
Very cool. Very cool. So, so just over a year now serving at the New Ark site, correct? Do I have that time frame right? Am I thinking correctly?
Yeah, September of 2018 was
Yep.
the start.
That's
of
what I
the
was
New Ark
thinking.
site.
Yeah. So a year at the New Ark site, and you guys serve on Tuesdays.
Yes, sir.
And you and your wife were inspired to get involved and to launch that site. And really, if I remember correctly, your wife, God just wouldn't leave her alone about this ministry, and you weren't quite on board with what.
That's correct.
What we were
to start
doing.
With, she has a heart of hospitality and loving on people, and because she got involved, I got involved, and over time, it just became a part of my heart as well. And when we moved from Justin, where the site was that we got started with, to Aurora, which is just down the road from New Ark, Lord burdened our heart to start the New Ark site. And after about a year of prayer and seeking counsel and the Lord's advice, we actually ended up starting the New Ark site. And so it was pretty neat.
Yeah. I remember coming up when we were getting the Justin site going, and Brandon Pfeiffer helped kind of lead the way. God had burdened his heart and lined his wife's heart up with his to get that Justin site going. And you guys were friends and hanging out. And so I remember Ronette getting involved early on and helping out and just wanting to get it going, and you being kind of in and out. And I remember Brandon and I would have conversations for a while there, quite almost every week or every couple weeks, talking about what God was doing through the Justin site, but also what God was telling him about you guys, and getting another site going through you guys, and just the desire to continue to reach more people up in that area. And I remember those conversations back and forth. I remember praying for you guys, and you specifically, Scotland, praying that God would just line that up if that was His will. And then Brandon had called me saying that you had, I guess, gotten back from a trip, a mission trip, where you're like, okay, I got to do something in my backyard.
Yeah.
And
we had been to India. We'd gone to India for 2 weeks, and upon returning, just knew that we needed to get started.
Yeah. And so what a great way, by using something as simple as a meal and having a cookout, to draw people in and build relationships with them and point them to Christ. And so after doing that for a little over a year now, any stories that come to mind of any people that you've seen their lives changed or have just been inspired to serve the Lord?
Yeah, man. So there are two young ladies that really come to mind. They literally live across the street from the site.
Okay.
And they're just right there, and two of their friends were serving on the line, and so the friends invited the two girls to come and serve with us. They're actually twins. And so they came across the street and came and had a few burgers with us for a few weeks, and then they decided to get on the line and serve next to us. So after about a month of serving next to us, they ended up coming to a church in the area, and came on Wednesday nights for about a month. They first started at a Christmas party and then just started coming. And then about a month after they came to the church, they both got saved. They came to know the Lord Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. And now they're faithful in the church. They're faithful to come to Feed the Need. Since that's happened, they have brought out 4 more teenage friends to serve alongside of us and to minister with us. It's just neat to see that group of people, those teenagers, continuing to reach their friends and then reach their friends. It's growing. And the friends that originally reached those twins, man, to see their faith built from just inviting their friends out to help and to have a burger, and then their lives are forever changed for all eternity.
Yeah.
And it's just neat to see their growth. They come by even now during COVID-19 and just swing by, get a burger, say hi, and then go home. But excited to serve alongside of them whenever we get rolling again.
That is a truly amazing testimony, and there's no price that you can put on that, on those salvations, on those relationships, and the fact that those girls get to spend eternity with our Father. You cannot put a price on that. There's no amount of burgers that would ever pay for that, and that's the free gift of that our Father has given us. And that's to know Him through His Son Jesus Christ. And so, man, what an incredible opportunity! The fact that something as simple as having a cookout in your backyard, essentially, we're at a park in Newark, and across the street from these girls, drew them out to be able to build that relationship and get to know them, and then point them to Christ and to see them growing. And there's so many facets that are going on there. From you, Scotland, just your own personal testimony of what God's doing in your life and how He's challenging you and growing you and stretching you and using you, to the volunteers around you. What an incredible discipleship opportunity. We're seeing the gospel in action, the disciples making disciples, which is exactly what Christ has called us to do, is to love our neighbors ourselves and to share and to witness to them, and then to walk alongside and challenge us to all grow in our faith and grow closer to God as a result. And so just so many neat opportunities as a result of having this cookout every week. And you guys are making this possible. Those of you that have supported and helped by giving your time, your resources, your finances, your prayers, that is how and why we're able to do what we do, and God, and how God's using this. And it's by being obedient to what He's calling us to do is what continues to move this ministry forward. And we cannot do it without your support. First and foremost, your prayers. We need your prayers. We covet your prayers. And so continue to pray for us. Continue to pray for the leadership of the ministry. Pray for our volunteers, our leaders. Pray for those that are coming to the sites for a burger. Pray for those that are watching. We've got a lot of people on the sidelines watching. What is going on over there? What are these guys doing? What is happening? Why is this is it really free? And it's just, I love the picture of it because it is free. There's no strings attached. You can come get a burger, and I think, it mimics the gifts that God's given us. It's free. God's given us the opportunity to know His Son, and it is completely free, no strings attached. All we have to do is reach out to Him and say, I believe. And you too can have a relationship with Christ. You too can know the Father, and you too can know where you're going. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the response. So COVID-19, obviously we've had to make a lot of adjustments at our sites. And there's, it's not business as normal, if you will, but we're still meeting physical and spiritual needs. So talk about what you guys have been doing the last, I guess, almost 2 months now at the Newark site on Tuesday nights.
Yes, so we've, abided by the request or guidelines given by our governor, which was no more than 10 people in a gathering. So in order to keep to that, we met up at a church in the area, and we would cook the food, and there's about 7 of us, and it's been the same 7 every week that come up, pre-cook, pre-wrap all of the burgers and hot dogs, and then we put them in an ice chest, and then myself and 1 or 2 guys go out to Newark, same spot, same time as every week before, being consistent, but we just sit out there and we do a drive-through style. We go up to the door, ask the people, hey, what can we get for you? We've got hamburgers and hot dogs. They let us know, and we give them what they ask for. And then while one guy is putting the burgers or dogs inside the sacks for them, we actually ask them, hey, how can we pray for you? I've seen a lady pull up, and her mama was in ICU at the hospital, and she asked for prayer for her mama. She had pneumonia, wasn't sure if she had COVID-19 at the same time. So we prayed for Mama. The next week she came back and I said, "How's your mama doing?" She said, "Oh, well, she's home. She's doing much better, still weak, but she's home." And so no COVID-19. And so we prayed again for Mama for strength. The next week she came back and said, "Man, Mama's doing a lot better. Let's keep on praying for her." So we've been able to keep up with people and progressively pray for their needs. And they're seeing the Lord move in those needs. And so we're able to encourage them through that. So even though things may be different, we're still able to consistently minister to the community, which has been fantastic that we haven't lost that.
Amen. How is you and your family doing through all this?
I would have to say we're doing better than we were before. And what I mean by that is we've had time to just slow down. When we're at home together. My kids are home more often. So when I go home for lunch, I'm with them. I get to see them. I'm helping them with their homework, their schoolwork at home, online. I just feel like we're getting more time as a family and more intentional time. And that's been really good. It's been stretching at the same time, but I think stretching is good.
Yeah.
And so it's been helpful.
Yeah. Amen. Well, we will continue to pray for you and your family and for the site. And I look forward to seeing you again. It's been a little while. Actually, I think it's the last time I saw you was our ski trip.
That's exactly right, man. It's been too long.
Yes, it has. We've had a chain of events that have happened personally. My wife, her father passed away at the beginning of all this, not from it, but so it's been tough trying to navigate and work through that. And we were out of pocket for a minute and then coming back and just in the midst of the crisis, trying to figure out how to navigate and manage to keep serving our sites. It has been a lot of work, and like you, it's been a blessing to be able to work from home a little bit and to navigate being available for my wife, but also for my kids in a little different way than normal. And so it really has been a blessing, as hard as it has been, and as hard as dealing with some of the things that have come out of it have been. It really has been a blessing to see how God's moving and working. I pray that you guys are all staying well and healthy out there. We're going to continue to try to reach people. The sites now more than ever, we're seeing people that are hungry for that prayer because they know why we're there. They know that we're there with the message of Christ just because they see it in action. And so some of the conversations that we've wanted to bridge with people that maybe they haven't been quite comfortable opening up with because they're not sure how real we are or how genuine or what is this gospel that we're preaching. And so we've seen some standoffish here and there, and it takes time to build the trust in those relationships, but we're seeing walls come down as a result because anytime that we get in a crisis and people start to ask questions, and so we're seeing those questions being asked, and it's opening doors of opportunity left and right to witness, to pray for folks, to encourage them, to point them to Christ ultimately. And that's what we're about. That's what we're doing. And you can continue to be a part and help support this amazing ministry and just the work that God's doing through it. And you can do that by texting to give. You can text relief to 44321. We're celebrating 10 years of ministry, which is truly amazing. What a milestone. And just an incredible opportunity to be a part of something that's just so humbling. And it's just an honor to be a part of it. And so we've got a total of $10,000 in matching donations. And so our goal is to raise $10,000 today. And I know last I checked, we were a little over $4,000. And so we're making progress, but we still got a little ways to go. And you can help. You can help us meet our goal by texting relief to 44321. And you'll get a link and you can donate there. You can also go to our website at feedtheneed.org and give, or you can call. And feel free to call in, and we'd love to talk to you. Maybe you're struggling right now. Maybe there's something that you need prayers for. Maybe you're asking questions about what's going on in the midst of this, or you're just unsure about some things, and you just happen to be tuning in and watching this. We'd love to pray with you. We'd love to be there, let you know that we're here for you. And so feel free to call us. And we've got several amazing people on our phone lines right now that are there to take those calls. So we'd love to hear stories from you. We'd love for you to call in. We'd love to pray with you. And so feel free to call us. I don't know if the number's up, but it'll be up in just a second. The number is 888-511-7173. 888-511-7173. So call, text. We'd love to hear from you. Scotland, thank you so much for being on the call. It's so great to hear different perspectives and just to hear how God's moving and working through people's lives. I miss you. I can't wait to see you and hang out with you again. I'm looking forward to coming up and visiting here shortly. So keep it up, and we'll keep you guys in your prayers. And again, thank you for joining us.
Sounds good, brother. Miss you and see you soon.
Sounds great.
Feeding in Missions depends on our volunteers. Without our dedicated team of volunteers, we would not be able to serve our communities like we do. We're always looking for people that want to volunteer at our site locations. There are many ways you can do this, from just showing up and helping on the line, or flipping a burger, to taking the lead by becoming one of our team leads at our sites. To get started, go to feedtheneed.org/orientation and start serving right away.
Hey, that was awesome that you got to talk to Scotland. In fact, I'm
And it
very
worked.
jealous because I wanted to talk to Scotland. So that
He's
was
my
fun.
friend.
Yeah, no, that was really good. And you guys, as you were talking about some site stuff, there's actually some things I kind of wanted to hit on. So this whole 10 for 10, 10 years of ministry, and then mixed with, us raising $10,000. And then we have that matched, right? So, which is amazing. But what have we actually accomplished in 10 years in terms of numbers? Now, obviously for us, it's not about numbers of meals and that sort of thing, but every number represents a person,
right,
which then represents a story of hopefully transformation.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about numbers, let's just talk at a site level, first of all. You do a lot of our system stuff, thank goodness, because it'd be a mess if I did it.
I try to.
Yeah. But where are we at as far as 10 years to date? How many meals? Yeah. And I know some of it's going to be different from the early days because I was in charge of numbers, so I apologize now. But what does that look like?
Yeah. We've that's a great question, and we haven't done the best at always tracking these numbers exactly. So we've got estimates, and we try to estimate on the conservative side. And so based on all our estimates and the stuff that we have tracked and what we know from the things that we have tracked, we've served over, and I don't know how far over, but we have served over 500,000 meals at our weekly sites.
That's crazy.
That's a lot of meals. That's a lot of food. And so, again, just like Jason said, I think part of the reason why we haven't tracked those numbers specifically all the way down to the detail is it's not about the numbers. It's not about the food. It's about the relationship and pointing people to Christ and meeting those spiritual needs. So the meal, all it is a tool to build relationships. We want to open those doors, and we do want to meet that physical need. And so we do track those numbers so that we can understand what the needs are that we're meeting, so we can understand how to ask for support for that. I think right now, prior to COVID-19, we've been serving somewhere around 6,000 meals a month.
That's correct.
Give or take.
Yep.
And obviously we kind of go up and down a little bit, and it takes a lot of people to serve those meals. We have a roster of a little over 400 volunteers. 400 of you guys that help support us in a number of ways. And on average, so each site, we've got 8 sites that serve each week, and each site has its own volunteer team. And so each one of those volunteer teams sets up and serves each week. And we have a rotating amount of volunteers that are coming out and hanging out and helping out in different ways. But on average, it's about 12 to 18 volunteers. And so that's somewhere around 100 to 120 volunteers each week at our sites to make it to make each site happen each week. That's a lot of people. And that translate last year, I pulled the number a little bit ago. Last year, we had over 14,000 volunteer hours put into our communities last year. 14,000 volunteer hours. That's a lot of hours. And again, it's not about the hours, it's what the hours represent. Those hours represent time that you're putting into people's lives. Time serving your neighbor and opening and creating opportunities for God to move. And so it's truly just an amazing thing to see. Again, it's not about the numbers, but to see what God's doing and the numbers of how he's moving, like the number of people he's moving through. And the fact that somehow we're leading this is just insane to me. Like that God's like allowed us to be a part of it.
Well,
so
that's why it's clear it's not us, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
that's definitely Jesus.
Absolutely.
I remember, so obviously meeting you was different for me. Like my lifestyle at the time, I was a full-time traveling musician, totally on the creative side. The only bridge that I had was like my love for people. Like I'm very relational, and so meeting you, like you and I share that relational aspect. Like you know, if you think of like strengths and weaknesses, like the strength of ours is we're just very relational. Like I meet you, you're probably my best friend before you ever say hello. But the thing that was immediate with you was kind of how you prepared for things. I was very much so, I'm going to go with the flow and we're going to see what happens. Whereas one of your gifts is actually, I'm sorry you had to work with me in the early days. One of your gifts, and something that transformed me, was that you're very prepared. And it's not because you need to track numbers, right? Like so that you can say, hey, I did this. Like there's no boasting in ourselves. But the reason we started tracking stuff was so that we could prepare for the future and actually plan. I think it's called a budget in your normal family life. I don't know. But again, these were things.
Don't let Jason budget.
No, I've learned. Thanks to you. And so, but like on a serious note, like that, you know, that's a gift that I'm not gifted at it. You've taught me how to work at it and stuff like that. But the very first time this came into play was September 11th with the fires. And so I had never tracked a single thing. This is kind of when you weren't even like on staff yet. You were just volunteering. Yep. But, you know, we were talking about stuff. And I remember, you know, day one, we have 31-man grills out there. People like putting up camping tent. Like it was a hodgepodge of excellent, actually, disaster relief, just because the whole community was there and giving to it. But I remember at that point, like, okay, I don't know how to track how many volunteers we have. I knew it was important in the sense of, like, the city was going to want to know how many volunteers, hours, all that kind of stuff. You know, for me, I was like, whatever, I just need to meet this need. But then, you know, tracking food. And so, like, that was the very first time I'd ever actually tracked meals was during the fire. And the first 2 weeks, I want to say we did like 10,000 meals. And then over, you know, the next few months, I think it was like 40,000 meals. And so, but to date, I know we've done 19. We've responded to 19 different disasters.
Yep.
How many meals have we done? And like, what are some of the things that, you know, disaster relief is obviously different. But what are some of your favorite parts about it, and how have you seen God move through it?
Yeah. I mean, probably the coolest part is seeing God show up, you know, to meet the need, because when we respond to a disaster, there is this balance of being prepared. You know, I'm kind of methodical and I like to have a plan and kind of understand where we're headed with stuff. So I like to kind of overthink things sometimes. And Jason's just, let's go. And so I think it's balanced us out really well and really thinking about how do we need to respond. And sometimes we do just need to go, and disasters are one of those. And so, you know, we're calling and, you know, is this something that God's telling us to respond to? And we're praying immediately about responding to these disasters. And part of my question all the time, well, do we have money to do this, right? Does this make sense financially? And
does it matter?
It doesn't matter. Like, if God's saying go, we need to go. We need to respond. When there's a need, we need to respond. And so, you know, it's been amazing to see God show up to those responses. When he says go, we go, and God provides. He meets that need, and it's truly a blessing to see that. We've served somewhere 150,000 plus meals on disaster relief. Each disaster is different. They've varied from 1,000-ish meals to 40,000, right? And all the way in between. And they've varied from a few volunteers to probably 100-ish plus volunteers during Harvey, and 3 teams out and set up multiple locations. So it's varied. The response is varied each time. But every single time, God shows up and provides exactly what we need. And every one of our disasters has been taken care of. And so we've always gone in, not necessarily with really a budget to speak of, other than we know there's a need, we need to respond. God's showing us to, encouraging us to go, and so we go, and God shows up, and those needs get met, and financially they get met, and we keep going. And so that's probably my favorite part, is just watching God show up and move to reach more people for Him, and just the ways that He goes about that. So. And I think, however, our tech guy just stepped out.
Yeah, don't do that yet.
So I think we're about to cut over here.
Yeah, pretty soon. I have an awesome opportunity to talk with an old friend who just happened to actually work for us. And so he was the area program coordinator over our Bastrop area, and his name is Jace Allen. Almost exactly a year ago. We're at 10 months now, I believe. He moved with his family. God called him to the Midwest, and so I hear life is different there, so we'll find out here shortly. But before we get Jace on the line, and going back just to kind of everything that's happened as a whole, it's funny to look back, because obviously when God calls you to something, you don't understand the emotions or even the logic behind it. And so just sitting here doing this today and looking at the past 10 years, the way He's combined our 2 personalities, because obviously we're very similar in certain ways and total opposites in others. And this is just one small example of a relationship within Feed the Need, but how well it works off of each other, much less when we go on disaster relief trips and that sort of thing. I remember one of the first disaster relief trips we took, good friends. We've always taken people that we're pretty close to. And then there was one trip where you had recruited somebody, and, you said, and Brian's coming with us, but you spelled his name different than the Brian that I knew. And so in my brain, I was like, hey, he just misspelled it. I don't know if you know this. He misspells stuff all the time. It's great. But he had talked about, this guy named Brian coming, and then I talked to him further, and I don't know this guy. And for me, and that's weird, because for me, I don't care if I know you or not, but a disaster relief trip to me was something where it was like, I'm going with close friends who I trust to it, that I don't have to worry about. But what it ended up opening the door for is, this guy wasn't a believer, and he came with us on this trip. And, that trip transformed his life. And at one point he was actually a site coordinator, and still a great friend to us today, and does a whole bunch of different stuff with us. But those are things that it's really encouraging to see people that team up with Feed the Need, that obviously they like the humanitarian aspect, or maybe they just have nothing better to do. But then God takes that and moves in it and transforms their life while they're transforming other people's lives. And so, again, just the reach is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, and we've tried different things, and so we're trying to work on the connection here a little bit with Jace so that we can bring him on with you. But I think we're getting close. Are we there? Or yeah, maybe. So we're going to bring Jace in here so we can talk a little bit. Jace brought another perspective and brought another another. You can come in, Christy. We're trying to work through some technical difficulties in the background, so please bear with us here. But as you're watching, as you're listening to these stories, again, we'd love to hear from you. So call us. We're celebrating 10 years. We've got a $10,000 goal to raise for today. We've got a matching $10,000 gift, so 10 for 10, right? It's kind of the little play on words, if you will, here. So help us out by texting RELIEF to 44321 and click on that link and make a gift right now. And you can even track our progress, and so you can see how we're doing to our goals. So I think we're about to cut over to Jace.
Yes, we are.
And Jace was another facet here of helping us work through systems and just the whole thing. Nope, having another problem. Boy, we're almost there. So I'm looking forward to this conversation, and pray for us that the connection goes smooth here, so we can hear a little bit about what Jace has been up to. And for those of you that know Jace, I'm sure you'll love to interact with him here for a minute.
All right, so here's the deal with Jace. For those of you that can see him on the screen, you're like, who is that guy? Jace had a beard the entire time he was here. And Jace, what happened?
COVID-19 happened, and I work in a hospital.
Perfect.
I work on a unit that deals specifically with COVID patients, and I had to be able to fit for an N95 respirator, so I have no beard.
Nice. Well, you look good, man. You look good.
Oh,
so
thank you. I feel weird without facial hair.
Hey, that's all right. You're doing a good thing with it, and we are thankful for you being in the position that you're in. And so I'm also thankful that you got to serve with Feed the Need missions, and that I got to serve alongside of you for those years you were here. Obviously, we told you going into it you were a guinea pig, so congratulations on that. And we've moved on from that, but I do want to kind of go back to what drew you to Feed the Need. You were very passionate from the beginning, and where did that passion come from, and why?
I was longing for something more than just a Sunday morning experience. And I didn't know what it was. Grew up in the church. In my early discipleship as a teenager, I knew that serving was significant. Mark 10:45 tells us that for even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve others and give his life as a ransom for many. And I knew that verse, and I committed that verse to heart, but I struggled with what that looked like. And then I was invited by my church group, a home group, to come out and experience Feed the Need. And I had no idea what it was, and I was just told to just show up. And okay, so I show up, and the gathering of, I don't know, probably 40-ish people, and the serving was incredible. I saw the body of Christ functioning. I saw believers serving. I saw lives being transformed, and I saw that within an hour. I saw the presence of God, and that was super encouraging. And that from that moment on, I knew that Feed the Need was something that I wanted to be involved with.
So not only obviously did you get involved, you got hired and actually helped us kind of develop the program of what is now, our sites. There's a lot of things that the sites have in common, and obviously leading training and development and all of that kind of stuff. You really helped us kind of package this thing together in a way that we could replicate it, because our calling is to spread this thing all over the country. And so with that, you are obviously not here anymore, says the beard. And so Jesus had a different calling for you. So where is it that you're living now, and what are you doing, and how's the culture?
Those are all really good questions. So currently living in southeast Iowa, living on a beautiful farmstead that has been in my wife's family for like 6 generations.
Wow, that's
and
awesome.
So we are raising our children in the house that my wife grew up in, and her father and grandfather all grew up in as well. So we are, it's different than anything I've ever experienced, which is phenomenal. I'm working at the University of Iowa Hospital. I'm currently working as a nursing assistant as I work on getting my RN. And so I want to continue to care for people and meet people and love people where they're at, just in a little bit different way, and caring for their physical needs while they're sick.
Well, and that's definitely a strong calling, and obviously you left the state you lived in to go be with people that you didn't even know other than Lindy's family, and so it was clearly a strong calling. And it's really it's fun now being 10 months removed from when you left, to be able to see what God is doing, just with you and your family. And you've had a new family member since you even left here. How's that going?
Yeah, so Piper was born on November 2nd, and Piper is 6 months old. It's hard to believe that, and she hasn't even met any of our Texas friends or family. We actually haven't made it back. We were supposed to come back a few weeks ago, but COVID-19 has disrupted more plans. So we all understand that life disruption, and so it affected our trip back home. And so we're looking forward to coming back to Texas and letting everyone meet Piper and say hey to Jax. So Jax was just over a year old when we left Texas, and he is going to be 2 in a week and a half. So it's pretty insane.
Yeah, and judging by pictures, he is 2, but looks like a 5-year-old. So you've obviously put him to work on the farm already. He's already working on the farm. Grandpa keeps him busy, so it's good. That is great.
So try to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah, which is a good thing, especially at that age, and a farm is a good place to keep kids out of trouble.
Absolutely.
While you were here, one thing, I think a lot of people think volunteering is something that is maybe beneath them, like in a way. Like they're like, I'm going to give up my time so I can go do this. You've always had an attitude that's the opposite. Like you actually look forward to it, which is one of the reasons you actually became staff here. You weren't doing it because it was something you needed. It was honestly something you found joy in, was serving other people. So what would you say to encourage other people to come and serve alongside of us? What are some, highlights that you would give them, or some points of emphasis?
Yeah. So I would first say if someone is hesitant in serving, or maybe has only been out once and that experience was different than what they expected, or they've never been and they don't know what to expect, I would say just show up. Show up, and show up with zero expectation. I think one of the things that hinders our experience and hinders the Holy Spirit in working in us is we show up to serve, but we also show up with expectations of what something may be like or what it should be like. Right. And I think that really interferes with the Holy Spirit being able to take us out of our comfort, familiar place, and to do some great work. We are creatures of habit. And that was one of the things, creatures of habit, creatures of comfort, and Feed the Need really revealed that, how significant that was in my life, how much I needed to coddle my comfort. And it really revealed some deficits that the Holy Spirit was then able to help me work through and move through. And I'll continue to work through several of those. But part of it is just willing to let go. We so desperately want to plan. We so desperately want to be in control. And we can't be in control and surrender that control to Jesus at the same time. It doesn't work. And so in doing so, we hinder the Holy Spirit. We prevent growth, spiritual development. And we limit what God is able to do in us and through us when we do that.
That's
so get over yourself and just show up and just be willing to do whatever is asked of you. And if you feel like no one's asked you to do anything, go talk to people.
Yeah.
just go talk to people. So people are so desperately wanting to be known. And so even if you don't know what to say, just listen. Give it a minute. People will start talking. And just keep that conversation going.
Yeah, and that's always been one of our big things, like we always feel like we know what to say. And so it's like, no, dude, just sit there and listen, because that's going to show more love than anything you could ever say. And I will,
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say this, that there's always been something in conversations with you, especially one-on-one, and I'm glad other people actually got to see this. A lot of stuff you speak is quite convicting, and so in a good way, right? And so it allows us, like you always share these bits of wisdom that God's put in you to help all of us grow. And so I'm really thankful for your heart and being transparent in that. And that was something that you definitely brought to the ministry, as well as something I know that you're bringing to the ministry you're doing now, right? Even in the hospital. And so I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful we got to spend this time together. And I definitely look forward to that trip when you come down to Texas when all this is over. And so I hope that happens sooner or later and that we'll get to see you again soon.
Yeah, me too. I am hurting for some good barbecue. I'm not going to lie. Barbecue and Mexican food. If I want good Mexican food here, I have to cook it, which is kind of sad.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So if anyone in Iowa's watching, I'm sorry, especially if you have a Mexican food restaurant.
Well,
But,
we'll
barbecue, I
package
need
some for you and
brisket
freeze
some
it.
Mexican food, so take care of me. I'm hoping that we're going to be in June. So June is the plan, and as long as Rona doesn't ruin those plans, we'll be there in June, and we'll reach out to everybody. So.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in June. And just so you're aware, our What's Cooking show, we've done some Tex-Mex kind of stuff on there, and I know there's more coming. So, Jace, just watch that, live off our show for a little bit, and hopefully you'll get a little taste of Texas again. But until then, we'll see you in June, hopefully.
Absolutely, brother. Yep, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. I miss you guys. I love you all. Yeah, you are my family. And so I can't wait to hang out with you guys again, face to face, in flesh.
Exactly. Well, we miss and love you as well. And thank you so much for joining us on air today, Jace. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. You bet.
Feed the Needs ministry is simple, and it's simply this: to feed people. And it's by doing this on a weekly basis that it allows us to do the most important thing, which is to build relationships with people in our community. By doing this, we get to share the love and the gospel of Jesus Christ with them. If you're looking for more information, please check out our website at feedtheneed.org.
Well, welcome back. I guess you've been here.
Still here.
Man, thank you guys so much for being online with us. And just the response has been incredible. While you guys were interviewing, I ran back and was talking to Christy and Christine and Aaron, and they've been kind of manning the phone lines and the text messages and making sure that the donations are coming in and getting accounted for so that you guys can see our progress. And it's amazing. We're halfway there. I think your screen is actually not 100% accurate. Maybe refresh. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty sure it's hitting 5,000-ish. So anyways, so we're getting there. We're celebrating 10 years of ministry. And this year is 10 years for us, which is incredible to think about. And so we'll actually be celebrating. Is that refreshed? Interesting. Okay. So anyways, 10 years. And so we set a goal to raise $10,000 today as a result of the Giving Tuesday Now campaign that was put together is trying to spur on a day of giving. And so it's in response to COVID-19. And so we've got a $10,000 goal. We've got $10,000 in matching gifts. And so we're trying to get to 10,000 today so we can account for that full $10,000. And you can help us get there. And you can help us get there by texting RELIEF to 44321. So if you haven't done so yet, and for those of you that have, thank you guys so much. We've had just an amazing response. It's been neat to see all the different people donating. If you text to, man, I'm getting tongue-tied here.
RELIEF.
Been talking too long
to
today.
44321.
Text RELIEF. When you get the text back, it'll have a link to click, and it'll take you to a dashboard where you can also monitor where we're at in our goal. And so we're almost halfway there. You can help us get there by pledging a gift, donating online, calling. Feel free to call us, and you can pledge a gift that way, or you can go to our website at feedtheneed.org and click on the button for Giving Tuesday Now to make a gift. what are we doing now? Where are we at? We've been talking about the ministry all day. We've been talking about, we've got some tacos coming or something sometime.
I will say
eventually.
this. She is the operator of a Mexican food restaurant that happens to fall on Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday. So we'll find out what happens. But we also there's another site coordinator that we might be hearing from, and so
Okay.
we'll find. We're just gonna play this by ear and see where it goes. But
So we lined up some calls, some interviews, so you guys could hear some stories and testimonies from people, and stories have been great. We hope you guys have enjoyed hearing about what God's doing through the ministry and how He's been moving. And we're looking forward to sharing a few more of those interviews here in a little bit. So stay tuned with us. Keep sharing the video, and stay tuned with us. We'd love to just continue to interact with you. So thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for being here. We're gonna go to another video for a quick second, and then we'll be back and hopefully have an interview coming up here in a little bit. So enjoy the video.
My name's Megan Wright, and my husband Derek and I and our 2 kids moved to Rome 3.5 years ago. God said, here's your home. I want you to do something here, because community is like a lost thing nowadays. That's what we've been trying to cultivate. And so Feed the Need is a beautiful thing that gets people out, but no strings attached, but it's loving on people and being Jesus. There are people that were coming out that didn't necessarily want to eat, they wanted to participate. And then as the evening went on, it just trickled more and more people, and they were from the outside and they kept getting closer and closer, and then they ended up getting food, then they ended up sitting at a table, then conversation happened and relationship. And it was so relational, so beautiful, and it was exactly what I always envision real, raw, authentic community is supposed to be like. This is good ground. And if the camera were to pan around and see what was happening, you see legacy. It is all seed, because it's all Jesus. And Jesus said to go out and feed the people, meet their needs, be love, show them love, and then tell them where this love comes from. And so that is what's happening. And I would encourage people to come out, even grab a burger. If you can't necessarily drive to this place, why not start out with what you do have and to be a part of it financially, because that goes so far. Some people can't reach in their pocket and give financially, but they can give their time. You know when you're supposed to do that, because like right there on the inside, you get the yes. And this is one of those yes things. What seems like a burger, what seems like fish and bread is really the kingdom of God. And it just keeps going and going and going. And that's where your money really goes towards, and Feed the Need. It's not burgers and hot dogs. It's the kingdom. And it's beautiful.
hello and welcome back. And so here in a minute, we have another special guest. And so he is the site coordinator of our Justin site up in North Texas, and his name is Daniel Andrews, and he serves faithfully with his wife Brandy and a whole team full of volunteers. And it's been good.
And his story and their story has been amazing. And we had a chance to go hang out with them on a ski trip, or with Daniel, and hear more of his story. But Daniel's been involved for, I guess, a year or so. Does that sound about right?
I don't know. Ask
2
Daniel.
years.
Look at him.
2 years. Why was I thinking a year? 2 years. So Daniel's gonna join me here, and then we're gonna see how he's doing. There he is. Man, trying to learn all this fun technology is always interesting. So,
I know.
And well, Daniel, thank you for joining us today. So you've been serving with us for about 2 years now at our Justin site in North Texas. And how is that? What's that experience been like?
Well, we're going on 3 years.
Oh, 3
and-
years.
Yeah. So we're in our third year now. So actually, we started going out there just a couple months after the site was launched. And it's been an incredible journey, and it's been one of those things that if it wasn't for Brandy being in the situation that she was in when we first started, I don't know that we ever would have. And there's definitely been points in my journey that I've said, okay, that's nice. I'd like my Thursday night back now. We can just relax. And she's been very insistent upon going and serving and just fellowshipping. I think that it's been unique to have a place where you can always go and you can depend on being able to sit next to somebody and just have a casual conversation with no agenda and no strings attached. You don't find that very many other places, and you definitely don't find it with like-minded people of faith.
Right. Yeah. Are you still there? Okay. So when you guys first got involved, we talked a little while ago, we talked about Brandon. Brandon got the Justin site going in North Texas, and Brandon used to live in the Bastrop area and was actually a part of the original site that we started here in Bastrop. And Brandon and Jason have been longtime friends, and so Brandon would come on a ski trip with us, and we would talk about the ministry and different ways to reach people with the gospel, and how do we love our neighbors ourselves, and how do we just continue to be genuine and authentic and real and just a desire to see God move and wanting to see him move in our lives, but then also in the people's lives around us. And so every time we get together, we were having these conversations. And he had moved up to Grapevine, and we were on a trip, and God just really, pressed on him like, it's time to get something started. So he started the Justin site, and Brandon was the first person that actually recruited you, if you will, that reached out to you with hey, we've got a free meal, and your response was,
no. Like, what's wrong with you? Is it poisoned? There were 100 things that ran through my head, and just so that for the sake of uniformity, it wasn't just my reaction, that was my wife's reaction as well. I was walking out of the library, and he was walking into the library because we had just moved into town and didn't have internet at home set up, and I was trying to take an online class, and so I was rushing out to go home and cook dinner for my wife, who was recovering from a surgery, and I get stuck and stopped by this guy that kind of looked like a cop, which makes sense, but it was just really, it felt like a trick. And he said, "Hey, are you hungry? Here, I want to get you a burger." And I said, "Okay, no, that's okay. I'm gonna go home and cook for my wife." "Okay, well then take something home for her too." And he really didn't take no for an answer. He just sort of walked with me, turned right around, walked with me out of the library, and then pointed over to a couple of tents and said, "Go over there and ask for Miss Kelly and tell her what you need, and she'll get you taken care of." All right, that's weird, man. That didn't make any sense. So I went over and did it, walked into the line, Miss Kelly, here's Brandon, just sent me over. I didn't even say Brandon. I said some guy in there just sent me over here to get some food.
Yeah. But that started a whole relationship and has also opened up huge doors for you and Brandy to serve and to just allow Christ to use you. And so what's that journey been like now for the last couple of years? What have you seen? How have you seen God change your life as a result of this free burger?
Unimaginable. It has just been a night and day difference. I thought when we moved to Texas that we were completely different people, and that we had done such a huge change, and that there had been such an incredible work in our life by God. And then meeting Brandon and transitioning into attending and then serving with Feed the Need, I don't even recognize some of the memories that people bring up or that you see on Facebook from a few years ago. My life doesn't look anything like it did then. today. It's just dramatically different, and I feel so much closer to everybody that I come in contact with, because I know what that love looks like. I know what that pure and uncomplicated, right, in the simplest, purest form, what that love looks and feels like. Not just because I try to give it, right, we try to share it, but because we receive it on a weekly basis with volunteers that we serve with, and with folks that we guests that we serve in the community, but ultimately on a daily basis because of how much closer we've grown to God.
Wow, what an amazing story. And I mean, walking beside you guys and just being able to hear, and obviously we don't live right down the street, but we get to catch up every now and then, and it's been a little bit since I've seen you, so missed you guys. Same thing with Scotland, and but just seeing your lives transform from being involved in the ministry over the years is really amazing. To know a little bit more of the story, of the background of where Brandy comes from, and you, and just how God has drawn you closer to Him, and the fact that He's allowed Jason and myself to be a part of your journey, of your story, is just truly a blessing. And so it's so neat to see how God uses His people to strengthen us, to draw us to Him, to build our faith in Him, and equip us to then reach out to our neighbor, to love them unconditionally, to share the gospel message with them through acts of kindness and through speaking the gospel message. And so thank you, Daniel, for being involved. Thank your wife for me for being involved. We love you guys. Love seeing your kids hanging out at the site and helping out. We're about to switch gears here a little bit. We've got some other interviews coming up, but you guys have also been faithful in serving through COVID-19, preparing meals off site, and then showing up there, and so keep it up. So thankful for you guys, and just your faithfulness to the ministry, faithfulness most importantly to God and His message, and taking that out to the world that needs to know the saving grace of our Lord and Savior. So Daniel,
Definitely.
we love you.
Definitely.
We love you guys. Tell your wife hi for me, and we'll catch up soon.
We love you guys, and hopefully you can't hear it on the microphone, but the kids are screaming from inside to say hi too. So everybody from the Andrews house in North Texas says hi. We love you guys, and have a great day.
Awesome. Well, take care.
Man, I feel like I know there's like a reason we're doing this today and all that kind of stuff, but of all the people we're getting to talk to and how much enjoyment I'm getting out of this, we just need to schedule to do this once a week and talk with people, because it's been really insightful, uplifting, and everything. So I don't know, it's good to hear their voices. And I think oftentimes we have small talk with people that we know a lot, and in settings like this, it's like, okay, let's get to the meat, right? And I think that's one thing that might change a little after all of this is, and small talk's not bad by any means, but talking and presenting meaningful things that are actually life-changing and that bring hope and that bring joy to people. I mean, that's going to be a shift that I know our organization has already started to see. But even in times where you just run into a friend at a restaurant or something, like, all right, how are you? Well,
and it's interesting for I'm going to bring Brandon up again here and just keep bringing some of these guys up, because they mean so much to us, and they've made such an impact in our lives, and in yours and my life and my family's life. But as I think about our conversations and our quote unquote small talk, our small talk is always about God. Like every one of our conversations for the last 10 years.
And there's probably steak involved too.
And maybe, but it never gets old.
No,
it never gets old. It's always such a joy to spend time talking to you, talking to Brandon, talking to our other site coordinators about what God's doing in their life and how we can reach more people with the gospel. And it is the most important thing in this world. And I think that's why we talk about it so much, is God's just burdened our hearts to know him and to make his message known to the rest of the world. And for talking earlier, the practical side of me and the crazy side of you, if you will, Jason's kind of, hey, let's go and do this crazy thing of these free burgers. And I'm like, what is this? What are we doing here? Why are we just giving burgers away? But then as I look at it and I see the practical side of, oh yeah, this is a great opportunity to open doors. We see Jesus all the time share a meal with folks. We see we see Jesus meeting the physical need before he addresses a spiritual need. We see God turning the 5 fishes and loaves into a multitude and feeding a multitude of people. And so just to see how God uses food over and over again. And so when I think about the system side of how to navigate all that and how do we combine that, the physical side of the world that we live in. We live in a world where we're called to work in it. We're called to to build relationships and to provide for our families and provide for these needs, but to also to grow closer to him and to know him and to encourage others to know him. And so our conversations all the time are not small talk. It's how do we reach more people with the gospel? How do we make more disciples that are making more disciples? And so that's what our whole program's been about. And that's what we've been doing for the last 10 years now. And so, I'm encouraged to see what God does, how he continues to use something so tragic as something like a pandemic or some of these other disasters that we've been a part of. It's kind of tough because we see these disasters happen and we know they're inevitable because we live in a broken world and we know they're going to happen. And yet every one of them is an opportunity for God to be glorified. And it's not that he causes these things, and we don't know why he allows them to take place. But what we do know is that he loves each and every one of us, and he wants a relationship with all of us. And if you don't know Christ, if you don't have a personal relationship with God, the Lord, the God of the universe, you can. And it's really simple. It's just saying, I'm a sinner, and recognizing that you fall short of the glory of God and asking him to come into your life. And it's that simple. And you too can have a relationship with Christ, and you too can know him, and you can watch him move and work in your life. And our hope and prayer is that if you know Christ, that you're not sitting still, that you're not having small talk about football all the time, maybe sometimes, but that your small talk is more overwhelmed with the gospel message and how we can draw closer to him and how we can encourage others to draw closer to him. What are the things that we can do to lead people to Christ, to draw them to him? And so our prayer is that you're doing those things and you're finding yourself compelled to do those things. Today is a global day of giving. And so Giving Tuesday now, today, May 5th, we're being encouraged to give on a global level. So we've got people from all over the world. I was watching posts a little while ago, and there's posts from Africa and Asia and all over the world where people are posting things that they're doing in light of Giving Tuesday. And some of them are very practical, simple things like giving a meal to somebody, supporting a local small business, or by sharing the gospel message with somebody. And I don't want that piece to be missed, but our mission of feeding people both physically and spiritually it's both. And again, we see Jesus meet both. And so it's okay to do that to meet that physical need, but don't neglect meeting the spiritual need. And that can be something as simple as saying, can I pray for you? Right? Is there something I can pray with you about? Is there some way that I can be praying for you? And don't just ask if you can pray for somebody and then leave with that prayer request on your list. Right then and there, pray for that person for that request. And I know sometimes that can be tough, but I promise you, when you do, you'll see God move in some mighty ways. And we've seen it at our sites. I've got, there's a gentleman that used to come to one of our sites and he would ask for prayer. for a job specifically and to get his life back together. And God provided for him years later. And years later, I saw him, and he's like, you're never going to believe this. God answered your prayers. And it's like, well, God answered your prayers. And so it's amazing to see when we call upon the Lord and we ask him, he'll provide, he'll respond. He wants to respond. And so I want to encourage you guys to pray for folks, do these random acts of kindness for people, but not just for the sake of doing good, but for the sake of the gospel message. And so share the gospel with somebody. Maybe there's somebody that God's been putting on your heart that needs to hear the message or needs to be encouraged in the gospel. And they just, and maybe you've been a little scared, a little skeptical. Do it. Step out in faith and do it. I guarantee you that as we're talking here, you're thinking of somebody right now that needs to know Jesus, that needs to be encouraged in Christ. And so my challenge to you would be to encourage them, to be bold in your faith and your witness. Send them a message, call them. I know sometimes it might be tough right now to meet, right? Take them a meal, drop something off. But again, we thank you guys so much for your support. Our heart is to reach more people for Christ. Our heart is to see more disciples of Christ made. Our desire is to see more people living on mission with the purpose of sharing the gospel. That's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing for the last 10 years, and that's what we're going to continue to do. And you guys can continue to help make that possible. And so we're asking that you would consider making a gift to help us continue to move the ministry forward, to reach more people, so that people like Daniel and Scotland and our other site coordinators are able to consistently be there every week with a meal, a listening ear, and the love and message of Christ. And so you can make a gift by texting. You can text RELIEF to 44321. And you'll get a message back with a link where you can click on it and you can give right there from your phone. You can also see where we're at in our goal. As a celebration of almost 10 years in ministry, this year is 10 years for us. And so as a goal to celebrate 10 years, we're trying to raise $10,000 today. And we've been blessed with matching gifts of $10,000 to go with that. And so every dollar that you give is being doubled. And that is just an amazing opportunity. You can also go to our website at feedtheneed.org. You can learn more about Feed the Need and what God's doing through the ministry. But you can click the button there to give. You can read. You can click on our blog posts as well. And we've got story after story of people that their lives are being changed, from the people that are coming by the sites for a burger to our volunteers. We talk a lot about our volunteers are just as much of the ministry as the people that are coming. We're called to minister to them just as much as the people that are coming. And so we're spending time equipping, and that's disciples making disciples to reach people for Christ. And so we talked a little bit about our volunteer training, equipping kind of side of things. We kind of hinted around that a little bit ago. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. A little bit more so you can understand that and know how you can get involved in that and help us out by volunteering and serving with Feed the Need. But before we get into that, I think we've got another interview, maybe?
We will after this next little segment.
Are we ready for this?
We're about to do a video first.
Okay.
Because apparently this is going to be an interview in this room, and I think there's a treat involved.
Oh, nice.
So
something about Taco Tuesday, maybe?
And Cinco de Mayo. And there's a Mexican food restaurant that supports us that's actually here at our office. And so that's who we'll be interviewing next. Her name is Judith, and she's definitely a supporter of ours. And so I'm excited to have her on the show, as well as eat a taco.
Sounds great. I'm hungry.
Yeah. So we'll be back here in just a minute.
Not about the hamburger. It's about the people.
So the relationships that I've made here are awesome, and
really connected to these people.
I heard of it from a friend, and we were low on money, and it was the greatest help around, to tell the truth. We lost everything. Well, I lost my family.
The quicker that you can not look at the burger and look at in people's eyes and just say, hi, how are you? You'll notice a change in them right away.
Well, I'm living in this world, so I don't really believe I'm homeless. I just don't have any shelter. Yeah.
Yeah, she says she doesn't speak English, but she's really thankful for this place and it's helped her because she's single and she has 5 kids, so it's really helped her.
It lifts my spirits up.
It really helps, dude. It helps, and the only thing you do is thank God for it. Just when you lay down and you starve to death.
Some of them, I can tell, come through here every week, and they may not have a meal that night on Monday nights if they don't come here and eat.
Come here and you see these people that are like just open arms. They don't judge you. They don't make you feel bad or ashamed. They make you feel like you're part of the family and like you can just let loose and eat till your heart, is full. Literally eat till your heart is full. And then take it on and pass it somewhere else.
You're not just serving other people, you're getting served yourself.
That there's no judgments here. There's nobody being judgmental. Nobody criticizes you. You're here. It's a nice little spot of home for Sunday. This is a home.
But hopefully at some point I got to change my situation.
What's your situation?
I'm on the streets. It could be demoralizing if you weren't positive. I try to wake up every day and say I'm blessed, but sometimes it's not easy.
Sometimes they're just busy. Sometimes this is the only place that they can come where someone's going to give them a smile. And other ones, they can't afford a meal. So they all come from different reasons.
It's just like a backyard barbecue in the community. I think it's awesome.
We're filling the bellies and we're filling the soul. It's addictive. It's addictive.
It's amazing how everything just works together, fits, and clicks. I'm really proud and glad to be part of it.
I guess it gives them hope, in a really tough time. And it's really opened me up because I see the poverty and the challenges, and it just humbles me. I'm just so blessed. God, why did God bless me? What did I do for the other person right down the street here? So I'm grateful. I'm just grateful.
She said whenever she comes here and she has a problem, she tells you guys about it and you'll pray. And God has really helped her restore her family.
This is our home. And like it or not, we have people in our home that have needs, big needs. It takes money to feed people. It takes money to run an organization. It's worthwhile. When you have a woman that comes up on a cold day and asks if she's staying warm and she says, oh yes, I live in a shack behind my mother's house, but we have a heater. It rips your heart out.
There's certain people who care. I just wish more people would get involved.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. So the scenery's changed a little bit, and so has the smell.
It's gotten better.
It is
Sorry,
a lot better.
Jonah, it's the tacos. I promise.
So as Giving Tuesday now is happening in response to COVID-19, it also happens to be Cinco de Mayo. And so Judith here owns her own Mexican food restaurant here. And so tell me a little bit about that and what got you into that.
Yeah, so we started 2 years ago in downtown Bastrop, and really we started because my brother and I started because we wanted something that we were good at and that we enjoyed and that we could communicate through food with everyone else. And it wasn't something that was very specific. We all love food, and it was kind of the universal language. And so we thought, what better than to make food for people? So we quit our corporate jobs, moved to Bastrop, Texas, and now we're feeding Bastrop.
And I am thankful that she is here feeding Bastrop because I office in here, and I don't want to brag,
He's
but
a good customer.
I may have my own menu item.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He does. We should talk about that at another point. Yes,
Yeah, okay,
we will.
deal.
We will.
Anyway, just order Jason nachos. It's amazing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. But today, because it's Taco Tuesday on Cinco de Mayo, I will be trying tacos. But don't worry, I won't eat it in front of you and make you extremely jealous.
Or make him share.
Or that. I don't share very well. Speaking of sharing, though,
Yes.
you and your mom actually got to come out to one of our sites,
Yes.
Our Stony Point site. And so I wanted you to be able to tell me really firsthand what that experience was like for you, because that was kind of your first, other than, speaking with staff members, like that was your first on-site experience. And so what was that like for you, and what drew you into that, and why are you passionate about it now?
We knew we wanted to help to some capacity when we first met you guys. I loved the cause. It was kind of the underlying reason of why we opened up the restaurant ourselves, is to feed people. Whether they were able to afford a meal or not, we wanted to help people. And that was pretty awesome, because when we met Feed the Need, it was kind of like, oh my God, they're doing what I've always wanted to do. And so I was jealous in a way. And I was like, you know what, this is it. We need to collaborate. And so for me to witness on site just everything that you guys are doing, it was awesome to be able to witness that. Not a lot of people have time, you know how time works, and we don't always have a lot of it, but it was very significant the little time that I did spend there to get to witness that, because what these guys preach, they are practicing out there. This is not like a come to our site and then like not spend time with people. It means a lot. And to be able to see that firsthand, to me it was kind of like, oh my God, this is awesome. Like, they are actually spending time, reaching out to people, delivering prayers and food. And you can tell that the way that the community responds means a lot to the community as much as these guys. You can tell that the people are accustomed to it. They need it. Yes, they're there for the food, but they also need the spiritual aspect of it. And you can tell because of the way that they respond. And there's a comfort level to that. They've been vulnerable. They know these people. And then you have the newer people that kind of came up and they were a lot more vulnerable, but you kind of want to break the ice with them. And so for me to be able to do that, it was awesome. It definitely pushed me towards helping more, because I knew I wanted to help more. After that side, I saw you guys handing out the meals. And so I realized oh my God, we definitely have to make meals for these people. You grow an attachment to the community, almost instantly. It was kind of I remember coming back and being like, oh my God, what can we do for these kids and these families? We have to do something. And so that's when we started donating meals on the Mondays that we could. Yep.
And so, and moving into that, and you went straight to it, obviously with COVID-19, our food sources, they were all, you could only get limited quantities, or they just didn't have it at all. So for the 8 sites we were in, I wasn't able to do it at all. And I remember coming in to work. It was Tuesday, and it was the first weekend of all this stuff had hit with the government and all that. And so, and I couldn't even get food. And your first question was who's gonna feed those kids? You literally thought we were done and that we were stopping. And so, and that brought up this partnership of being able to provide meals. And you single-handedly, basically through the month of April, provided meals for our Stony Point site. And so obviously I know that has an effect on you, just knowing that you are having a residual effect on that community. And so for, maybe other people that want to get involved and Feed the Need, the love that you have for that community, how would you encourage people to get involved? Obviously, we've had to think outside of the box. I'm using your food. Yeah. You even had somebody donate to pay for your food that you were doing it.
That was awesome.
And so what's an encouragement that you can give to people that would, to encourage them to volunteer or even to give to this ministry?
I would say first and foremost, don't hesitate. I think right now there's a big need just for support, whether it's financially or spiritually. I think just don't hesitate. A lot of times we focus on how much can I do for these people, and you get so overwhelmed that you don't even execute because you're trying to help too many people at a single time. And for me, my thought was the first time I went out there, I needed to just put my time into it, right? That's what I had at that moment. We kind of weren't in a financial situation to be like, let's feed hundreds of people. But I knew I wanted to do something to some capacity. And so I would just say, go for it. If you can help one person, that will have an impact on that entire family. And just, there's a trickle effect. I was able to help one site on a random Monday, and that encouraged Synergy, you know, the financial advisor, to say, hey, like, I saw that post and what you were doing, and we want to help. And so the following week, we were able to sponsor another meal with Synergy. And then a couple weeks later, a customer who's a sweetheart, he's been with us for, you know, the years that we've been open. He was just a random customer, came in to buy tacos, and he said, I want to help. And he said, I'll be right back. And he came back, and he literally was like, here's some money. I need you to sponsor the meals for next week. Do what you can. And yeah, and I remember I started tearing up because I was like, oh my God, we had that, you know, that impact. And it wasn't me single-handedly, it was just the act of wanting to help. And so whether it's spending time out there and bagging up lunches, whether it's, hey, you know, we want to sponsor a couple meals for a family even, it doesn't need to be a whole site. It's just, hey, you know what, we're cooking a meal today, we had an extra plate, I'm gonna go to my neighbor's house and hand him a meal. You know, it's something that's very simple. Don't get overwhelmed trying to like help an entire block. Do what you can, and it'll have a trickle effect. And maybe you're just inspiring that neighbor to help the next neighbor. And eventually, I mean, the whole community could be benefited. So
that's very well said. I'm going to obviously pay some compliments to these tacos here in a second. But after Judith and I finish talking, we're going to show you a Gobble Kit video. And that video kind of just encapsulates how reaching individual communities and brings them all together as a whole. And it takes a whole community to do that. Right now, with the partnership with you, you've allowed us to be able to feed people physically and spiritually that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. And so it is Taco Tuesday. It is Cinco de Mayo. And you still have, what, like 5 hours of being open left.
Yes.
So if you need tacos
we're
and
running
other
out.
things, you should probably come and order from Macoco's, because it is delicious, and I'm about to know that firsthand, which is why...
You already know that firsthand.
It's
don't
true.
act like you don't already know
I eat there
that.
a lot.
Yes.
But Judith, seriously, thank you, not just for the food, but for actually caring about those communities. And I'm glad that you had an outlet through us to be able to do that. And so the partnership that we have with you and other restaurants here, we don't take for granted. And so thank you for reaching out to your community and using us to do that.
Thank you. It's been a privilege to be able to kind of, it's a goal of mine with the restaurant, and to be able to do that now, you know, in any capacity, I think that's awesome. So thank you guys for being here.
Definitely. I'm going to go eat some tacos. We'll be back.
We were sitting around talking about ways that we could basically bless families through the holiday season, through Thanksgiving. When it came up in the discussion about putting together these Thanksgiving meals, it just was like, yes, that's it.
We feed people physically and spiritually. Feed the need is what we do well, and most importantly, it's our calling. That's what we're called to do. And so there's this innate thing in us pushing us to reach more people for Jesus through a burger, through sites. And so doing Gobble Kits just exponentially blew that up.
We had our collection days where we actually had kind of the drop off, if you will. And it was really encouraging to see the response from those families.
We're reaching and engaging communities on a weekly basis throughout the entire year. And then this Gobble Kit idea comes up to where we can provide a Thanksgiving meal for those that can't do that on their own. That's radical. That's life-changing.
Love be
We really didn't know how many families would fill the kits or how many kits were being taken completely, but we knew that the number of families registering for meals was growing. Word kind of started to spread more, and that number started growing more, and we ended up at a number of about 467 families that actually signed up in need of a Thanksgiving meal across all 7 of our sites. That number financially is over $11,000, and that's a lot of money.
That's the small load.
Let me check it right now, and I'll take this in and I'll bring y'all out a box real quick.
And we really didn't know up until that week that we started handing them out, like where those numbers all, would land and everything. And we ended up landing at what looked to be a wash and then exceeding that, which was truly amazing.
We're ordinary people doing ordinary things consistently to get closer to Christ ourselves and to show other people how to get closer to Christ.
Because he first loved us. And that's why we're here each week. Because Jesus loved us first. And he died for us. We're on our way back from Justin. We just spent the evening passing out turkeys.
It's like this is new for us. We didn't really know exactly what to expect.
So tonight was the first night of handing out the kits. We handed out 36 gobble kits at the Justin site. Sunday and Monday are going to be crazy.
It's beautiful to see people serving on a regular basis, just giving of themselves to others, to strangers, and loving on them. It's not only about coming and helping to serve, but it's loving them and encouraging them with words and just through prayer and just pure love. It's love without expecting anything in return.
Lay it down.
of the things that we talk about all the time is how do we get more volunteers involved? How do we get more churches involved? And we did that through this. And so what a really neat opportunity to be able to connect so many people with the ministry. At one of our sites, we served over 700 meals at night. We had over 150 volunteers that showed up that week at all the sites to help serve those meals. So I can imagine where this thing would go if we'd see that kind of ongoing support from volunteers coming out every week.
I can't imagine where Feed the Need's going to be in just 5 years, and the amount of involvement that we will have across the board, and the more sites that we'll have to reach more people that don't know Jesus, but that also don't have the physical things that maybe you and I do.
To be able to be kind of a catalyst, if you will, to help facilitate that, that kind of kingdom movement in the community is pretty awesome. Well, we hope you guys enjoyed that little short video that was made a couple of years ago now of our Gobble Kit and the work that God did through the Gobble Kit campaign, if you will. Jason and I were just talking as that video was playing, and he was mentioning about some watching these videos, and we were going through them obviously in preparation for this and trying to pick out what videos to play. And last night I was watching one of them, and Jason was watching one of them this morning, and it was kind of a tearjerker, if you will. The videos are just well put together, and even this has been put together well, and the whole live stream here, and we couldn't do this without some amazing tech people, and specifically Josh Helms, who has been helping us with all of the video and the technology aspect of being able to live stream this and put together these amazing videos. So, and if you guys need video support, video help, Josh Helms is your guy. So reach out to him. He's on Facebook as well, and or reach out to us and we'll connect you. But as we're talking about the videos specifically, like they're like tearjerkers for us. Right? I mean, it's just like, and I think a lot of that's because partially the emotion behind it for us, they're personal. To be able to be a part of this ministry and to see how God's moving and has moved and is continuing to move is just humbling. And I just, it is a blessing and a privilege to be able to be a part of something just so amazing, to be able to reach people for the kingdom and to see the kingdom grow as a result. And so thank you guys for being a part of it. I don't think we ever imagined it being here.
No, and I really think the whole theme of, it's been 10 years raising $10,000. And so what was the beginning of that?
Yeah.
I had some cash. I went to a grocery store. I bought some hamburgers and hamburger buns and hot dogs and hot dog buns, called a few friends, and we went and grilled. Yeah. And I don't know why people were there, but people came. We served food, and then, it kind of picked up from that. And so when you go back and look at these videos that have been put together, for us, it's really encouraging because we see people in these videos that we've never met.
Yeah.
And so organizationally, we're reaching people, even on a volunteer level, that I don't know who they are. But through Jesus, he's able to connect that same heart and show that same love. And it's awesome to see people that I've never met that have that same love, and that's all Jesus, right? And so we obviously have some form of systematized things that we do here, but the way Jesus connects people through love and that calling that he puts on our lives is really incredible to see. So when I see videos like that, and I see people in these videos that are for this organization, going from $45 in my pocket to these groceries and having one-on-one contact with them, and now, it's thousands of dollars a year of food just to reach people on a spiritual level, and I see people doing it better than I ever could. Yeah. And so it's really cool to see just the people that Jesus brings in to the picture and he uses, because none of us deserve to be used, right? But he calls each and every single one of us to do it. And when we step out and do it, he does big things. And we see that all the time.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's amazing. When I think back of, I mean, even just how I've seen God work and move in my life, over the years, I've grew up in the church and gave my life to Christ at a pretty young age, but, kind of veered away and chased some worldly things through my teenage years. And God never left my side. He was always there, and he was always drawing me back to him. And what I didn't know over those years was he was building my faith. And one year after another, he just kept, through different trials, different circumstances, he kept building my faith. I had started a business at a young age and saw an opportunity to use that business as a platform to make disciples. And so through the folks that worked for me, our customers, our vendors, and so we would leverage the business as an opportunity to build relationships and point people to Christ. And it was really amazing to see how God built my faith through that. It taught me so much. And then, here comes Jason giving away free burgers.
The opposite of a good business plan.
Randomly, and I'm like, what in the world is this? What is going on? Why are we giving away free burgers? And what's the point here? And so it was just the most bizarre thing. And for those of you that live in the Bastrop area, maybe about 10 years ago, you remember seeing some crazy young kids hanging up, holding up free burger signs.
I'm not young anymore.
Down by the post office and saying, hey, come get a free burger. And you're like, why do I want a free burger? What's the catch? It was all, we were always getting that question. What's the catch? What's the catch? And the thing that was so cool, so beautiful, was there is no catch. The catch is we want to just love you. We want to feed you. We want to know you. And so, what just a neat opportunity to connect with people, to get heads turning, and to be able to use that as a platform to witness to folks. And so, as I started to connect with Jason about what God was doing, God wouldn't just didn't want to leave me alone with this thing, and I couldn't shake it, and yet it didn't make sense. And so how often do you see God, or when have you seen God really pushing on you to do something that doesn't make sense? 10 years ago, almost, for me, I guess it was about 9 years, because we were about a year into it. We had been talking about it here and there, but about 9 years ago now, these guys were kind of looking to me to help put some organization around this thing. Which I don't know why.
Lots of passion, not a lot of organization.
And so, the prompting to get involved and to help didn't make sense, because it's like we're giving away free burgers. Like, how are we going to make money? How's this thing going to work? How many burgers can we give away? And God has just continued to provide. 10 years later, we're still serving burgers every week.
And I think it's funny you just asked, how many burgers can we give away? Currently, 650,000 plus.
That's a lot of burgers.
Yes.
That's a lot of meals. And so, man, God has been good. And it's amazing to think about the fact that, over 650,000 meals to date. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of food. It's a lot of people. And we say this all the time. It's not about the numbers. It's about the people. Every one of those meals, there's a story behind, because there's a person there. And I think about the people that we've interacted with, the people that we come in contact with and have come in contact with over the years. And what an incredible opportunity to witness to folks, to build relationships. We see Jesus model sharing a meal with his disciples, sharing a meal with people that need to know him, feeding people that are hungry, meeting that physical need. And he's calling us to model that. And I don't care where you're coming from, what your background is. He's calling you as a believer to model that. And if you're not a believer and you don't understand this, I challenge you to ask God to show up and to show you what he wants to do with your life, and seek him, and he'll find you, or he'll help you find him, I should say. And so, anyways, I hope that you guys would just continue to push into God, continue to meet needs in your community, and continue to be involved in helping us spread the word about what God's doing through Feed the Need. It really is a blessing and just a miracle, the fact that we've been able to provide as many meals as we have over the years. on a consistent basis. That's the thing that's mind-blowing to me. The fact that we serve every week. It's not just a one-off event. You know, events are a lot of work, but they're fairly easy to plan. I mean, you plan an event, you start working through the details, recruit some help, you know, but to do something on a consistent basis where you're giving away free food every week, same time, same place, that's commitment. Yeah. And there's times when we're out there where you're wondering, you're kind of scratching your head a little bit, are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? Is God in this? Is this really what he wants us doing? Giving away these free burgers? Is that really what he wants us doing? And so it kind of can make your head scratch a little bit from time to time. And yet in those moments where we're doubting a little bit, God shows up and reminds us of his faithfulness and his desire for us just to be obedient. And so I pray that you would continue to push into him, that you would continue to support. We're celebrating 10 years of ministry today. Not today, this year.
In August, but this year,
in August.
Yes.
So this year we're celebrating 10 years of ministry. And we've set a goal to raise $10,000 today. And so you can help. You can help be a part of that by making a donation, sharing this post with somebody, maybe text a link to somebody or tell them to join us live here. Share the post from wherever you're watching, make a comment, like the post, and so help spread the word about what God's doing here, and direct people to go to our website, to feedtheneed.org, and they can make a gift there. There's a banner that says Giving Tuesday Now, and you can click on that and it'll take you to a place to give. You can also text to give. So if you text relief to 44321, it'll send you a link that you can click on, and there you can give a gift as well. So, and you can also see our progress of where we're at. And today we have matching gifts at $10,000. So every dollar that you give today is being doubled, which is truly an amazing thing. You know, earlier, I don't know how many of you guys were on watching earlier, but earlier we had a pledge for an additional $500 match.
Yeah, one of our site coordinators.
And it was matched almost right away. I didn't know this until a little bit ago, but it was matched almost right away with another $500 donation. And so
that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that had happened when it did. So anyways, thank you guys so much for the continued support. You know, consider giving a gift and know that every dollar that you give is going to help meet physical needs. But more importantly, it's going to help deliver the message of Christ to people that might not know him, that might not have that connection. It's bringing hope to a world that is hurting. And specifically during this time, COVID-19, this pandemic that we find ourselves in, we've been able to continue to serve at our sites. We've been able to keep feeding people, not just physically, but spiritually. And we've also been able to provide additional support by feeding families that are quarantined because they've tested positive for COVID-19. In addition, we're feeding some of the responders, the medical workers and city officials that are helping with these mobile testing sites in our communities. And so we're helping to feed those folks as they're going out and helping to get these numbers in. So thank you guys so much for the support. Know that your money is making an impact in people's lives. When talking just for a minute, just give a little more insight and perspective. You know, our mission is to feed people both physically and spiritually, and we do that through a meal, where we share a meal and build a relationship and point people to Christ. That's our mission. We've got 3 main programs currently that we do this through, and one program that we operate every week is our weekly sites, where we have these cookouts. We've got about 1 to 2 dozen volunteers, depending on the site, depending on the time of year, depending on what's going on. We have 1 to 2 dozen volunteers that show up at each one of those sites every week. And they set up and they bring food and they bring their friends and they cook that food. And all through that process, they're building relationships, they're connecting with people. And then they're giving that food away for free and sharing those meals with people. And so each site is operating on a weekly basis, and that's one of our programs. Another one of our programs is disaster relief, where we provide disaster support to to our community and to others, to neighboring communities is called on. And so we've responded over 19 disasters to date, providing over 150,000 meals, which is truly an amazing thing. And so that's another one of our programs. Another program is our Gobble Kit campaign, our Gobble Kit program, where we provide Thanksgiving meals with all the fixings, the frozen turkey and all the fixings to families in need during Thanksgiving. And this past year, we provided almost 500 Thanksgiving meals. So thank you. That's what you're supporting. That's what you're supporting when you give to Feed the Needs. So thank you. I think if you were with us earlier trying to listen to this story, we had a special guest on, Ryan from Chick-fil-A, and we were having some technical issues, but looks like we've solved them.
We've solved them. He was wearing a cow mask. I think that was probably the problem earlier. But Ryan, we're going to shift over to you now, and I see the screen, and I see that there is no cow mask, but nonetheless, everyone, I would like to introduce you Ryan Somm. He is the operator of the Bastrop location of Chick-fil-A. Ryan has a heart to love his community, and obviously if you've ever met him or even been in the store and see how the customer service operates, it truly is different than a lot of places. And so that's part of obviously a great culture that Chick-fil-A has cultivated, but more so, it represents Ryan's heart. And so, Ryan, welcome, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. I'm since then come home, so I'm coming to you from my house. But yeah, it's good to be here today.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you could join us. And so I want to start off, first of all, kind of your calling. I know as a kid, I never thought about owning a restaurant, much less a Chick-fil-A. So how did that work for you?
Yeah, I'm not sure many children do. I definitely didn't. So my story starts when really I met an operator. Most Chick-fil-A operator stories start that way, where you meet someone and you're impacted by them in your local community. So I grew up in Austin. I was at the University of Texas, graduated from there. And while I was there, and then for a couple of years after, I was in youth ministry. So I got to oversee one of the campuses for the Austin Stone Community Church, their middle and high school ministry, and thought that's what I was going to do for the rest of my life. But then I met Ken Massey, owner-operator of 2 Chick-fil-A restaurants in South Austin. And gosh, I mean, I remember going to his restaurant, sitting down and meeting with him. He was a financial partner, so he was supporting me in my ministry, and I'd meet with him to, tell him all the exciting things about, our ministry and what we're doing. Y'all know that world. But I would always find myself more excited about what he was getting to do. Right. I would love sitting down in his restaurant and seeing team members come inside for their shifts, and he would know all of them by name. Right. I remember he would excuse himself from the table, go check in on a guest that he knew and had a relationship with. I saw this as an opportunity to really make some real impact through something as simple as selling chicken. Right. And I don't know how we're doing on time, but there is one kind of story that really sealed the deal for me. So I got to know Ken, got to know his heart, got to know the opportunity that was out there for Chick-fil-A, and was contemplating this, praying through this. But I was still at the church. And so this is going to be a big career change. And while I was at the church, I was doing some work with a ministry called Redeemed Ministries in Austin, fighting human trafficking. And I remember getting a call from my boss one day at the church, and he said, "Hey, what are you doing right now? I need you to meet me at a Chick-fil-A restaurant in North Austin. We're meeting with what girl we believe is in a harmful situation, and we need you to spot." So I would go, and I would just make sure, see how the meeting was going to go, watch the restaurant. I remember sitting in that restaurant for 3 hours, watching this meeting unfold. I mean, watching this woman, really, this young woman, bear her life and her soul and her situation over this meal table. And they eventually left, and cool story for another time, but she was redeemed out of her harmful situation a couple months later. That's great. But as I was leaving, I saw a birthday party get started on the other side of the restaurant, and I took that time to drive back home to South Austin, where I'm from, and realize, gosh, there's such power in the meal table, right? I mean, y'all know this.
Yeah.
We share this in what we do, is that life happens around food, and it's kind of designed that way. And gosh, as a Chick-fil-A owner operator, I get the opportunity to provide those experiences every single day in my restaurant, just like that random Tuesday afternoon in North Austin Chick-fil-A. So that's why I'm in business. That's why I do what I do every day with Chick-fil-A. It's to provide those kind of experiences for life to happen around a meal. So love what y'all do. See a lot of ways we connect around that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I mean, I remember the first time I met you. Obviously, you're very cordial anyway, but you know, we hit it off pretty automatically. And I think, again, the whole idea of, you know, food really just provides you that platform, because it's the relationship that is important. So when you got to have that example of Ken Massey knowing all of his employees' names, you know, like, that says a lot, especially when you have 70 plus employees. He has 2 stores, so it's probably more like 150 employees. Yeah. And so, like, to be able to make that connection and relationship be important, that's it. That's where our heart is, right? So we use food as a tool to build that relationship and then ultimately reach them for Christ. Well, you've always helped. Most of the time, I can just text you, and you know, you help in whatever way you can. And so when COVID-19 hit, I didn't even have to give you backstory of what was going on. I literally think I texted you and said, hey, I need help. And you were there to say, how can I help? And so it's not just a love and a friendship with me, or a love even just for Feed the Need missions, but you truly care about the community. And so why is the partnership with us? What does it mean to you, and what does it mean to just love on your community?
Yeah, so I love what you do. I mean, very early on, I got connected with y'all. I remember I came into the restaurant in September 1st of 2017. And that was when, you know, I got the opportunity to transition in as the new owner operator. But I remember getting here a little early, right? I was back home because I'm from here, and kind of doing some prep work, getting ready. But if you remember, the month before I took over, it was August of 2017. That was, you know, when we had some pretty bad flooding in Bastrop County and kind of all this area. And I remember very distinctly, you know, before all of this even began, before I even got into the restaurant, got the keys, I got connected to hear, you know, what's happening in Bastrop, and knowing, and it kept coming up, feed the need, and how y'all responded so well in that moment. And no surprise, now you're doing it again. I mean, I think for me, partnering with Feed the Need is helping me more fully, you know, accomplish my mission, right? Our Chick-fil-A mission is to do 2 things. It's to know and to nourish the community of Bastrop County. I mean, that is what we say and we strive for in the community in Chick-fil-A Bastrop. And so when I think about knowing and nourishing our community in the restaurant, I think about serving great meals. I think about knowing their stories when they come in. But you know, a lot of that work is inward, right? It's when people come to us. And so I know that I can more fully live out that mission to know and to nourish our community by partnering with y'all. By saying, hey, you're the hands and feet that are going out into the community. And you said it earlier. I mean, y'all don't want to just feed, right? Y'all don't want to just feed the need with food. You want to feed the need spiritually as well. And I think that goes really hand in hand with our mission to know and to nourish our community. So yeah, that's 100% why I love partnering with you and Jonah and the whole, you know, Feed the Need crew here in Bastrop County.
Well, and to give you some encouragement as well, obviously COVID-19, I stopped our sites from cooking our own food and serving it, and you were my first phone call, or text rather. But one thing that, you know, I don't know if you've kept track of it. I don't even remember. I guess it was the 3rd week of March was probably the first week. But since then, you guys have actually fed 1,500 people by partnering with us, and that's in different communities across Bastrop County. So your whole mission statement for Bastrop County for your store, it's really cool to see that you were able to accomplish that outside of your actual Chick-fil-A store. And so I'm thankful for that partnership and for your heart to be able to do that. And so again, like everything that you do for us, I'm clearly personally thankful for, but for the city of Bastrop and Bastrop County as a whole, we are thankful that we have someone here that cares about the people that he is around. And so it's a blessing to have you here in this community. I want to ask you one more question in thought, and that is for all of the people that are watching right now, an encouraging word of why you would want to serve with an organization like us or give to an organization like us.
Yeah, guys, that's easy. I mean, for me, I would hope you'd say the same about my business. You don't know much about me, but you know, with Chick-fil-A, we care about efficiency, right? Kind of all things in my life. I mean, it's got to be efficient, right? I need it to be efficient. I want to get, cars through the drive-thru as fast as we can.
Your drive-thru is amazing.
As well as we can. Thank you. Gosh, I was outside directing traffic today. Chaos. But, right, it's all about efficiency. And I know that Feed the Need is efficient, right? If you are at home or you're on your mobile device right now and you're thinking about Feed the Need, whether this is live or you're replaying it later, gosh, I know that I want this in all areas of my life, but specifically in my giving, right? I want my giving to be impactful and efficient. I want to know that whenever I give, I know that it's going to be used well. It's going to be stewarded well by the people I'm giving it to, timely, right? Carefully. And I know with all confidence that what we give to Feed the Need is going to go efficiently and impactfully to not just people who need it, but people who need it here, right? I love that we have expansion and that you're talking about sites in all over the state, but gosh, I know how much you do here. And so thinking about Feed the Need, gosh, for me and for you, what I hope is that you would see this as an opportunity to steward your finances well by giving to someone that you know and trust will efficiently give that tenfold to the people that are here locally.
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for giving up of your time to just hang out with me for a few minutes and speak into the relationship that we've had, obviously with food, but more importantly, spiritually. And so, dude, I seriously pray blessings upon you and your family and what Jesus is doing through you, not just at your store, but in the community abroad. So I'm grateful for you, and I look forward to seeing you later this week when I come by to get a chicken sandwich.
I'll be there. Let me know, man. Thank you so much for having me. Personally, I'll be praying for you guys and all of this. So thanks for everything that you do.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Feed the Need Missions depends on our volunteers. Without our dedicated team of volunteers, we would not be able to serve our community just like we do. We're always looking for people that want to volunteer at our site locations. There are many ways you can do this, from just showing up and helping on the line, or flipping a burger, to taking the lead by becoming one of our team leads at our sites. To get started, go to feedtheneed.org/orientation and start serving right away.
Well, guys, it has been an amazing day. That was a great story and just testimony. I love the fact that we've been able to partner with small businesses. I love business. It's definitely a passion of mine. It's something that I really do.
I love that you love business.
I know. And so, but no, seriously, I love business, and I think that I own my own business for about 8 years, and I've been involved in helping consult with other small businesses. And the fact that we as a nonprofit get to partner with for-profits to do different things is truly an amazing thing. But business is such a neat thing because they're a life. There's life that they represent, that they're supporting. It's you, it's people. And we see early on in the scriptures that God designed us and created us to work. He made man and he put him in the garden and said to work it. And so we see that God created us to work from early on, from the beginning. And so we're called to work and just to see what business does, and especially when we look at it from an aspect of how can business have a kingdom impact. What can we do? Well, there's people, there's lives that these businesses represent, that are involved with these businesses. And those are platforms to reach people with the message of Christ. They're platforms to make disciples. Where do you spend the majority of your time? At work, right? I mean, you spend a huge quantity of your time each week at work, in your job, working with people that some are friends, some might be enemies, some people you might not like that much.
That's how I feel about our president. Just joking. I love this guy.
So it's just a neat opportunity when we put in perspective how we can use our business for the kingdom, right? To advance the gospel. And I saw a comment a little while ago on Facebook that a for-profit and nonprofit working together, or not working together, with the same purpose, if you will, right? To feed people. And that's what we've been talking about. We've had some great supporters, from Ryan over at Chick-fil-A and Bastrop to CC's Pizza. Is Greg going to be able to join us, by the way? No.
He had an emergency at his store, so I let him go.
Okay, all right. Well, Greg's been amazing, and so hopefully we'll be able to get him on at some point. But and there's been countless others. You've heard from some others today, Judith from Macoco's, and we've had some great support up in North Texas as well, 602 on Main. And so thank you guys for the support. It really is amazing when we get to work together. Southside Market's another one. And when we talk to these guys, it's so neat because their heart is to feed people. Like that's why they're in the business that they're in.
Right.
But then when they put the spiritual application, they think about how we can reach these people for Christ. Oh, what an incredible thing. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing with Feed the Need. And during this time of COVID, we've all had to adapt. We've all had to change how we operate, whether it's working from home or taking extra precautions. And we've seen the need grow over the last couple of months.
Yes, we have.
And it's been just really neat to be able to adapt and to partner with some local restaurants to help fill that need, to fill that gap, so that we can continue to reach people. Again, not just to feed them physically, but to feed them spiritually as well. And we couldn't do that without your support. And we just say thank you. It's truly amazing. And, earlier on in our conversation, for those of you that maybe are just joining in, or haven't been watching this whole thing, we're going to post this video, so that you can go back and watch it. Obviously it's kind of long. We've been going now for
at least 10 minutes.
It feels like all day.
We're hitting 4 hours.
4 hours now.
Like I said, 10 minutes.
Jeez. So we're going to wrap this thing up here because honestly, I'm exhausted. So I'm a little tired.
Caffeine.
Maybe I need some caffeine. But thank you guys so much for all your support. We're celebrating 10 years of ministry. We've talked about, the beginning of the ministry with just a few burgers and some backyard barbecue grills, to cooking thousands of meals in disaster relief.
Yep.
Having 8 sites that are serving every week, rain or shine, with 8 different volunteer teams, over 400 volunteers on a roster, serving over 650,000 meals to date. And that's just the ones that we can somewhat account for. That doesn't include the ones that we have lost track of. And so just what an amazing way that God's shown up through this ministry. We've responded to 19 disasters at this point, from hurricanes to floods to explosions.
Fires, tornadoes.
Yes.
And
the list goes on. So it's just been amazing to be able to be a part of this ministry and to see how God's moving through it. So in celebration of 10 years, we've got a goal of $10,000, and we still got a little ways to go. And you can help. You can still help even after we're done broadcasting by sharing this video.
Please.
We're going to post this, so you can share it. You can invite a friend to give, and you can give. If you text relief to 44321, can say it again, relief to 44321. It'll send you a link, and you can click on that link, and it'll show you where we're at in our progress, and you can make a donation. And today, every dollar that you donate's being matched up to $10,000.
Right.
And so we got this 10 thing going. 10 years, $10,000 goal, $10,000 match. So help us meet this goal, and so that we can continue to feed people physically and spiritually, that we can continue to let people know of the hope that we have in us. And that's the fact that Jesus has died for us so that we can know him, so that we can come to the Father, and we can spend eternity with him. And we want everybody to know this message. And so we'd love for you to help us spread the word, to continue to give your time and resources. And we thank you so much for everything you've already given. And we look forward to continuing to spread the gospel with your support and your involvement. Jason, any last words or thoughts for...
Well, just really quick.
4 hours of talking.
Exactly. No, I mean, sum it up. You've heard our history, and going from 0 to 8 sites, and the amount of people we reach, and this is only 10 years. 10 years from now, we will be all over the country.
Yeah, we didn't talk much about that.
That's okay. That's what stuff going on today is going to lead to. The vision for where this is going. It's going to be everywhere. There's not anyone across the face of the planet that doesn't need to be fed physically and spiritually, and we have such a simple tool in order to do it, and it really is simple. It's about using the burger as a tool and reaching somebody and loving them for Jesus, and you guys really help us do that. So please donate, give, share this. We're going to be posting this so you guys can rewatch it. And again, the rest of the day, we need to get up to $10,000 because, just as Ryan said, we are efficient and we steward things well. And so I want to make sure we get that $10,000 gift matched.
Absolutely.
So you guys jump on, give it, share it. And again, we love you. Obviously, your financial support is a huge help. But more importantly, the way you guys pray for us and participate with us is huge and affects the lives of thousands of people each and every year. So I enjoyed this today.
This has been amazing. I've got one more thing I got to talk about.
Is it a taco? Because I'm hungry.
No, but we're considering, and I want your prayers for us on this, but I also want you to hear this, hear our heart here. We're talking about another program, adding another program to our ministry.
Yep.
And so if you've been following us on Facebook, if you've been watching what's going on, we've shared some cooking videos.
I'm a professional chef, just so you know.
Who would have thought, right? But what's so neat about this is, we talk all the time about how do we reach more people at our sites. We get people that are spiritually or physically hungry, that are the poorest of the poor, coming easily because they're hungry. They're hungry for a meal. Like, they need it. They physically need it. And so we get, those relationships are being built. They're coming every week. But that's not all that God's called us to reach.
No.
God has called us to reach everybody with the gospel message. He's called us to reach everybody by sharing a meal with them. And so how do we take that mission, that vision farther beyond just the homeless or the poorest of the poor? And we invite you to come out to our sites and share a meal with us. You are more than welcome. You don't have to be physically poor to come out and share a meal with us.
And again, the stereotype is always that a nonprofit is there for the low-income, poor, or homeless people. And we're here to revolutionize that idea.
Yes.
Like, from the beginning, Jesus has told us specifically that it's not just about what we think it should be about as humans, right? Like, obviously, when you hear a nonprofit, you automatically think homeless. You automatically think low income. And I'm going to give up something so that I can help these people. We're here to help you. We're here to help people that have more money than they know what to do with. Has nothing to do with economic status, has nothing to do with social status. It has to do with Jesus called us to love our neighbor. If I live in a rich neighborhood, you're my neighbor. and you are who I want to reach. And so that's the whole heart of what we're doing, and there will be many future programs that actually reach into, again, all socio-economical statuses. But we do need your prayer for that.
Yes.
We need to reach more people. We have, a good platform for a low-income kind of scenario, and we are reaching that. And I know we get a lot of different classes that come and serve with us. And usually after 1 or 2 times, they realize that they were coming to serve them, but then realize real quick, okay, this is serving me. But we need other ways to reach. If you live on a golf course, I want to reach the person that lives next door to you.
Yes.
And so be praying for that. The What's Cooking show is obviously a fun start to that because it just gives you really practical, easy recipes that right now Miss Victoria McLaughlin from Magnify LLC is like teaching and walking us through, and like I could even cook them, so I know you can, but the whole point is to share it with other people. That's Jesus's point. You have to share that love with other people, and that's why Jonah and I ultimately do what we do, and we want to do it with everybody, which means you. So please join us in what we're doing.
Amen. Yeah, so join us on those cooking shows and tell us what you think. We want to know how we can improve and make those things better. But the idea there is to take the Feed the Need concept right into your dining room.
Right.
And by giving you some helpful tools in your kitchen, some helpful resources to cook simple meals, but then also application about how you can minister to your family spiritually and how you can minister to your neighbor physically and spiritually through those meals. And so we'd love for you to join us on those cooking shows. We've released the first 3 episodes. We've got
episode 4 coming this Sunday.
And Sunday's going to be a great one. We're actually making breakfast,
which is my favorite one.
So we got some pancakes from scratch, using some common pantry items, which is simple, but also some great spiritual application. And
Amen.
We'd love for you to join us on that. You can find, if you go to our website, feedtheneed.org, you'll see Jason's lovely picture there with a link you can click on to see all the episodes. So go check them out. We'll be live streaming them as well, and they're on YouTube. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go do that, because that's another way to stay connected and stay up to date with some of the videos as we're releasing them. But we'd love to hear from you on your thoughts as we embark on this journey, if you will, of coming up with new ways and more ways to reach more people with something as simple as sharing a meal,
right,
and sharing the love of Christ. And so pray with us, pray for us. We covet those prayers, and we cannot do this without them and without God moving before us. And we want to stay in His will, and we want to be in His will, and so we need Him coming before us. So we just pray that you would continue to pray for Feed the Need missions and the mission that God has called us to take the gospel message to the ends of the earth. And so help us as we continue to move forward. Again, you can give today to help us meet our goal of $10,000 by texting RELIEF to 44321. Visit our website, feedtheneed.org, and pray for us. So on that note, Jason, you want to close us in a word of prayer, and then we'll be sharing this video and continue to share it with your friends. So
awesome. Dear Jesus, Lord, we love you. And it is because of you and the gift of your Son dying for our sins that we can even know you and be in heaven with you. And so, Lord, you call us to be tools and vessels for you. And so here at Feed the Need, that is the whole platform that you've created, using food as a tool to reach people relationally, to introduce them to Jesus Christ so that our lives can be transformed completely and utterly for you. And so I pray that your kingdom would continue moving and that you would continue using us as an avenue for that. I know as a staff and as lead volunteers and all of us a part of this ministry that help make it work, that it is totally because of you and is nothing of us, and we are undeserving. So, Lord, you deserve all glory and honor. I'm thankful for today, where we get to walk through the past, where we get to see where we've come from and the different miracles and the different ways that you've grown us. And so I pray, Lord, that during this time that all of us will be allowed to reflect on how you've brought us closer to you and the miraculous things you've done in all of our lives. And so I pray for the rest of this day that you would allow us to financially reach our goal, not to financially reach a goal, but so that we can reach more people for you and spread your kingdom and spread your gospel. We love you and we thank you. And it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, guys. And till next time.
We'll see you later. Join in on Sunday.